Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Remember to speak into the microphone, as this meeting is being recorded for public record. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the October 8th meeting of the Miami Beach Historic Preservation Board. And I will ask Debbie Tackett to start us off.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, board members and everyone in the audience. This morning, I did pass out to the board members an updated agenda. This agenda is also posted online. The only change to the agenda this morning is there is a discussion item that will be heard regarding 1436 Pennsylvania Avenue, and that will be at the end of the agenda. So the order remains the same. I have no other updates, but I will turn it over to Nick Kalergis from the City Attorney's Office for the notice regarding lobbyist registration and the swearing in of the public wishing to testify.
Thank you, Debbie, and good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Today's meeting of the Historic Preservation Board will be conducted in a hybrid format, with the board physically present in the commission chambers at Miami Beach City Hall, and applicant staff and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via Zoom. To participate virtually in today's meeting, the public may dial 1-888-475-4499 and enter the webinar ID, which is 817-4834-7488 #, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which is 817-4834-7488. Anyone wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they're using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they are participating by phone. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the City Clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness, providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they are communicating. Lastly, Mr. Chair, I'd like to swear in any members of the public or staff who will be testifying today. Please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Board members, the first item this morning is the approval of the September 10th meeting minutes. Do we have any edits or a motion?
Motion to approve the minutes.
Do we have a second? Okay, motion and second. All those in favor?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We have one deferral this morning. This is HPB 230571, 321 Jefferson Avenue. This application is being deferred and will require a full renotice to the public for the date it will return to the board, so no action is required this morning for this. Going to the first regular agenda item, we have HPB 240626. This is 2901 to 2911 Indian Creek. An application has been filed requesting modifications to a previously issued certificate of appropriateness for the total demolition of 2 existing buildings, the renovation, restoration, and relocation of 1 building, the construction of a detached residential addition, and multiple variances from the required pedestal and tower setbacks, and to exceed the projection allowed in the required yards. Specifically, the applicant is currently requesting approval for the total demolition and reconstruction of the building previously approved to be retained and relocated on the site. So this is a relatively complex site located within the Collins Waterfront Local Historic District. Excuse me. There were 3 buildings. There are 3 buildings on the site. The southern parcel, 2901 Indian Creek, contains a 2-story post-war modern building. The northern parcel, 2911, contains 2 structures. The western structure adjacent to Indian Creek was constructed in 1936 and designed by Chopel and Southwell in the Mediterranean Revival Art Deco style of architecture. As noted in the background section of our analysis, on January 12, 2021, the Historic Preservation Board did approve the project, which included the total demolition of both the 1938 and 1962 structures. The remaining structure was approved to be relocated so it would front on Indian Creek. Currently, it's within the side of the property and it's not entirely visible, so they were going to relocate the structure toward Indian Creek and reorient it so the front would be facing Indian Creek. Since that time of the original approval, the applicant has submitted for a building permit for the approved project. However, during the course of the permitting, they noted and have a structural engineer who has looked at the property and has noted that the overall structural conditions of the building do not facilitate its moving. The structural engineer has submitted a report saying the existing building is not properly reinforced, would have to be cut into multiple pieces, and it's likely not salvageable to be relocated. So the current proposal is to actually demolish the structure while salvaging some of the more architecturally significant features, including the curved entry stairs, decorative planter, and exterior tiles. That is proposed to be reincorporated into the reconstruction. So based on those representations in the application made by the structural engineer, staff has no objection to the demolition and reconstruction. We do find it extremely important, not only for this property, but for the surrounding Collins Waterfront Historic District, to get this property back to active use as soon as possible. This has been a vacant site for nearly, I think, for over a decade, and has caused, significant concerns with the surrounding properties as well. Staff did note, and we have concerns regarding the existing maintenance of the property. Again, it's challenging when you have vacant buildings to secure sites. However, we have regulations in place in the city that require securing of properties, including fencing requirements and boarding requirements. There have been several violations. As of the writing of this report, staff noted that the property does not appear to be in good condition. It does not appear to be properly secured, and would recommend that any approval be conditioned upon the applicant obtaining a proper fencing permit within 120 days, to be installed within 120 days. So with that, we are recommending approval, and I am available for any questions, should you have any.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Debbie. Brian, go for it.
I have a question, Debbie. When you guys, because we have relocated buildings before in the city, and this is obviously, it seems like a more complex case, but I was just curious, like, how you guys view that, because obviously we have also an engineering report here, and I wanted to kind of maybe peel back the layer back a little bit and just understand, like, kind of what happened that, you guys came to that decision that you feel that there's no issue for demolition in this case.
Yeah, so we met with
for example, the Confidant Hotel, I'm thinking about like that, but that was a very small, I think it was like an accessory structure that we had relocated to the east side, I believe, no?
Right, and there's one on just south of Fifth Street that was recently similar property relocated. I don't want to interrupt. Lindsay, do you have? It's very challenging. We met with the applicant several times. We expressed our concern. We expressed our preference to maintain the previous approval, and figure out a way to shore up the structure, even if it required the building to be cut into pieces, which is not uncommon when you're moving structures for cuts to be made in properties. Each building is very unique. Each building has different, not only maintenance issues and levels of deterioration of its structure, but also with the original structure, right? So when some buildings do, with their original design, make it easier for them to be lifted and relocated. And we do look at everything on a case-by-case basis. We are not in a position to, peer review a structural engineer's report. I think there's some expertise on this board, Mr. Meyer certainly. But at this point, with the conditions of the property, we really think it's extremely important to get this property back to active use as soon as possible. The fact that they are proffering to salvage portions of the building would make a reconstruction more authentic by retaining original material. And ultimately, the final project would appear to be the same as was previously approved.
Ray, you had a question.
Well, yes, I believe there's already a demolition permit for the bigger building on that lot. Does that mean that that could happen when?
Well, they need to obtain their full building permit. So there's the larger structure that's the post-war modern structure. That was approved to be demolished, due in large part to the reconfiguration of Indian Creek. When Indian Creek was elevated, that became, the floor of the building became much lower than the sidewalk in the street, creating a significant, flooding and resiliency issue for the project. That building, which has been problematic in terms of securing the property. I mean, I will say that in the past at least, the property owner has secured the property. But as you know, it's kind of a whack-a-mole game, right? It gets broken into, and it's a constant battle to re-secure the building. That cannot be demolished because it was a contributing building until they obtain a full building permit for the project. I believe, and I'm hopeful, that this would be the last piece they need in order to obtain that full building permit, which would then allow the demolition of the nuisance structure.
Well, I thought the city had already cited it as a building that needed to be torn down sooner than later. for lack of
Correct.
better words.
But to my knowledge, there has not been an order issued by the building official for the removal of that building.
Okay, and the other thing is, I understand, originally they were just gonna rotate the building, but because the road has been raised and everything, now they have to rotate it and raise it. So that's part of the problem why this building can't be saved, is it's asking too much of an old girl.
And I'll let the applicant speak more to the specifications of their structural engineering analysis.
Can I ask one, just for clarification, you mentioned that you'd need detailed measured drawings to be completed. Can you just say a little bit more about what that is? Because that's the documentation of the existing building, what level of detail you need them to have and.
Yeah, and I think that's really a best practice when it comes to any demolition of a historic or contributing building, is to have very detailed, larger scale drawings, 1/4 of an inch, 1/2 an inch for certain details, similar to how the Habs hair drawings would be. So in terms of the profile dimensions at a much larger scale, we think that would be significantly helpful when we do receive the permit for the reconstruction, so that we can verify that all of those details are accurate as possible.
Okay, thank you. All right, yes, we're ready for you, for your presentation.
Morning, everyone. Graham Penn, Burkow, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, Tappan is 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. I wanted to, before we started, I wanted to update everyone on the 1962 building, because the 1962 building recently was ordered by the Unsafe Structures Board to be demolished. So again, that, as Debbie said, that was always contemplated to be demolished in this plan, but has now been ordered by the Unsafe Structures Board. So we are committed, and we have a slide on this I'll show you, to moving forward rapidly as possible. And as Debbie indicated, this is basically the last step, hopefully, to the issuance of the necessary permits. So again, did I give my address? 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. Oh, and I think we should do disclosures as well of meetings. Mr. Kalergis, I apologize.
We can do them now.
We
We
do.
typically do them right before the public hearing.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
we do it at a
apologize.
different moment, yeah.
I'm forgetting the orders of operation. So let me introduce our team. To my left, our architect, Sebastian Velez from Urban Robon, who will talk to you about the preservation elements. Behind me, Mr. Andy Sullivan, our structural engineer, who's going to talk about his conclusions related to the structural integrity of the building. And back there somewhere is Bill Lazito from ownership. So if we could take the slides up, I'll take everyone on a brief tour of the history and then turn it over to Andy to talk about the implementation. So as Debbie indicated, this is a complicated site. So we're at the northeast corner of 29th Street in Indian Creek, 3 existing buildings on the property. The history starts in 1936 when the building at issue today was built, which is the best architectural example on the property. 2 years later, an annex, just to be clear, that building faced south. So it's basically, its front yard was 29th Street. And that's basically tells the story about how things got messed up in 1962. 1938, annex is built, a very plain building in comparison, and then the post-war building in 1962, a long bar building along 29th Street, linked to the 36 building awkwardly with a catwalk, and basically rearranged the entire property, right? The 30s buildings were essentially invisible since 1962 to anyone. This is the approved plan, basically. As you can see, the 1936 building occupying pride of place on Indian Creek, raised to modern standards, and activated, obviously, as with residential use, with a residential building behind it. Nothing in this application is changing that whatsoever. This is really just the implementation of how that building gets there. As Debbie indicated, this property, like lots of its neighbors, has significant issues with its elevation. This is the old sidewalk level, where you can see that's Mr. Velez from, you can tell that was from the pandemic several years ago, where it was basically at his head, was what base flood was. And this is what the road raising has done to the property of Indian Creek. You can see the significant difference between the new sidewalk and our grade. So the plan from the outset was always raise this up, get that historic building up so it's out of the floodplain and it can be activated and useful for decades to come. That's what it looks now. If you're out there today, you can see that significant grade change. So this is, again, is what the plan will implement, right? There's the reconstructed 36 building safely out of the floodplain, meeting current flood requirements. And as we discussed when we were here last, that is consistent with the Buoyant City plan that calls for that kind of movement to raise those buildings when we can. So that's a view of the architecture. So let's talk about the methodology. Basically the concept was the 2 buildings that were approved for demolition would be demolished. We would need to slice the 36 building into 3 pieces, push them over. While it's over on the east side, we would need to fill the entire site, build a new foundation for the 36 building, and move it over. That was what was originally contemplated. Now, I can tell you, as the ownership has explained to me, this concept is less expensive than what we're proposing now. It's more expensive to do what we're proposing to do. But when we were talking to GCs, the consensus was you really need to have a structural engineer look at this, and that's why Mr. Sullivan was brought in to review it. And Andy's report is obviously in your package. While he's talking, I'm gonna hand out a CV. But what Andy recognized was, again, the very nature of this building makes that plan essentially very dangerous or impossible. So, Mr. Sullivan?
So good morning. I'm Andrew Sullivan with McNamara Salvia, structural engineers. We've been asked to look at this existing building and present to you this morning, what we think that the impacts are for relocating it. So I just kind of wanted to give a little bit of background knowledge first. It generally looks like it's a U-shaped building, basically a primary building in the front with 2 wings on the side. It's actually technically an H-shaped building. There's a couple of parts that go out on the north side of it currently as well. But generally speaking, the perimeter walls are a block type of construction, unreinforced. The elevated level is wood frame construction, and the roof is also wood frame construction as well. And I guess if we could advance to the next slide, if you don't mind.
I'm forgetting my job. Hold on.
That's okay. So this is a photo of standing in the front courtyard. And you know, basically there's plywood over the windows and the door openings at the moment, but it just goes to show how many, and I think what's important to realize here, how many openings there are in this building. And to relocate it, to actually lift it up off of its foundation, you got to cut the bottom of those unreinforced walls from the foundation, put more holes through it. You know, where are all those extra holes going to go in here, to then lift the whole structure up, then to slide it over, to rotate it, get it back to, you know, its final resting place. So our concern is multiple fold. If we have more openings in this type of facade that's even shown here, just to move it, just by this racking a little bit in plane, has the ability to crumble. The other thing is that if we need to take this apart in parts, basically taking off the wings and then leaving the center piece, that center piece is not a stable box anymore. It's a two-sided box with two open ends. The wings then end up being a three-sided box with an open end, and just by virtue of trying to lift that element and have it remain a contained element would be a challenge. The other thing that I mentioned earlier is then just the connection of the block walls, again unreinforced, with wood frame construction that's coming into the side of it on a ledger angle, and the roof sitting on top. And it's not a structure like we have today where we've got hurricane straps that are tying this thing down and make these robust connections. So if there's any racking out of plane, those connections have no ability to restrain it, you know, during its movement. So to be honest, the logic was that instead of taking the risk and trying to move this to preserve the things that are important to us, and potentially break those things in the process of moving it, that we extract the items that are actually important for the structure, which we can move because they're smaller, bite-sized pieces that we know that we can preserve well.
Thank you, Andy. Here's just another shot looking at another side of the building showing the number of openings. This also shows you, I just want to note briefly, and we're going to probably need more time, Mr. Chairman, the second floor catwalk there was a 60s construction that will be removed in the new design to return it to basically its 2x2 format. So with that, let me ask Sebastian Velez to take you through the elements that we are proposing to remove and retain.
Good morning. My name is Sebastian Velez from Urban Robot Associates, 420 Lincoln Road. We've been involved with the site from the very beginning for many years. We're very passionate about this project. It's kind of a, you know, it's a favorite project in the office, and like Debbie said, we really want to make it happen. So we've always been fond of this building. We think that this is the most historically significant building on the site, and we are looking forward to developing the full strategy of rotating it or whatever it is that we end up getting approval from, but really to showcase the building. And we think that the courtyard is the key element here, architecturally speaking. And we've identified as part of this model, you see here the different elements that really give life to the building and are historically important, including the staircases. The Art Deco flowing staircases are beautiful, and they're in, you know, good shape, and we've identified those as a potential to, you know, take and remove from the building, preserve, and then incorporate into the new structure. Also, minor elements that we've identified are different tiles that are quite nice, and I think we have some pictures of them here. These decorative facade tiles are primarily on the courtyard side, although some of them are on the current west elevation as well. And there's a few other elements like this stepping, kind of a decorative backdrop of this stepping element, and then obviously all the cornices around and these pedestals that we see holding different elements.
And there's just, I don't know if you wanted to talk more about this slide or not.
Yeah, this one makes it clear that actually the other facades are quite plain. They're for the most part they're devoid of any decoration except for the cornice and then the window openings. But anything facing west and north and then the interior as well. There's actually two faux fireplaces inside that, just as a side note, we love them. So we are always, you can see it there in the kind of the middle lower image. We're always taking those out and putting them in the new townhouses because we think that they're quite beautiful.
Thanks, Sebastian. So to sum up, this will be the last topic, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to make sure that we address the timing issue because staff is correct that this has taken too long to get realized. We are now, and Sebastian can fill in any details on the permitting. We have, the master permit is hopefully approaching final review, right? We think we've got at least maybe a couple more months of that left. Upon the issuance of that permit, we will, and the associated demo permit, then we will remove all the historic elements from the 36 building, take them off the property, and safely store them. Any of the remaining structures will then be removed and the property cleared and filled, and that will allow us to commence with the reconstruction of this building and the new structure. So that, ending with a pretty picture, that is our presentation, Mr. Chairman. We're here for any questions you may have, and I'd like to reserve time for rebuttal. We would ask for your approval today.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much for that presentation. I guess we'll just go up the line to see if any board members have questions.
In tearing that building down and rebuilding it, do you not lose tax credits to do that? So in other words, you know, you're really losing to build a new building. So obviously you wouldn't do that unless you had to.
Yeah, as I said before, Ray, it's also more expensive. So we're both losing any potential ad valorem benefit we get, and it costs us more to do it this way.
And my other question is, the site is now going to be empty. Are you going to rebuild this building first, or are you going to build your new building first?
That's a staging question. I don't know if we have an answer for that. Bill, do you have any thoughts? I'm afraid you're going to have to get to the microphone, Bill.
Because I think it's important, you know, I mean, you're rebuilding the building. That should be the first thing that you do to prove that that's exactly what you did want to do.
Bill Lozito, 2901 Indian Creek Drive. The intention would be to do everything at the same time. The small building and the big building at the same time, at least the foundations, absolutely. But we could absolutely consider building the small building first. It wouldn't adjust our timeline at all.
You're done? Haskell, would you like to? No comment? Okay. Laura? Questions? Yes, questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Beautiful project. I just had one question. What is the existing foundation of the building that's being demolished? You might have said it, but I probably missed it.
So we understand that the foundation is just a shallow strip foundation that just follows the perimeter walls all the way around the perimeter.
Thank you.
Yes. Right.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. This question is directed to the architect. I believe it's Mr. Velez. Is it Velez, Mr. Velez?
Yes.
Okay. Just, if you could you just give us a bit more specificity on those historical elements? I jotted them down here, but I think it could be helpful just to put a little bit more detail on those. So particularly the decorative tiles. I thought that those were quite beautiful. Just curious, like, did you guys do an audit? Like, how many are there? Like, how are you thinking about incorporating those into the design? I didn't really see any, suggestion of what that might look like in the renders, but just curious about kind of what your inspiration was there. On the stairs, I think that's pretty straightforward. You said there were two, I believe. Those two, what do you call them?
There are these swooping Art Deco stairs.
Okay,
Yeah.
so yeah, I mean, if you could just maybe speak a little bit to those, and then the last piece, I guess, was you called it a stepping, like those kind of step stairs. Are you planning on taking like that image there and actually having it removed and somewhere? And could you maybe just give us some more specificity on that as well?
Absolutely, no problem. I think let's go to the other one. So we've documented this building. We've had 3D survey done. We've had 2 surveyors document the inside, the facades. We have a BIM model of the building. And that's served as our basis to really understand and analyze the building for the project. Now, when we were having discussions about the possibility of reconstruction of the building, demolishing or reconstruction of the building, we were tasked with looking at the building and really understanding what are the unique elements that make this building, contributing structure and are important, right? So we've identified those elements, and the intent would be to replicate the building exactly as it is now, and obviously renovate the building, because some of the elements, have, for example, the tiles, would be removed and placed in the same location, and some of the brickwork is not in the best shape, so we would basically renovate that brickwork. I think Debbie made a good point, which I think the next step would be, if we were to receive approval, we would have to pursue a permit for the reconstruction of the building, and in that place, before we would do anything to this building, we would have to show a very, very detailed drawing. So we have a very good base, but we would have to go and document every single brick, every single element very closely, right? We have the major components in place. We feel very comfortable about that. I've actually gone in there and measured certain things myself with my team. But when you're dealing with something like this and something as precious as this, we really have to make sure that every element, once you demolish it, you have instructions to reconstruct every single element. We also have microfilm that has been helpful in kind of going back and forth on what is original and what has not. That has allowed us to realize what elements were originally part of the building and what elements are not. And then when we went for the board approval, like Graham said, some of these catwalks were not part of the original design. The elements they're not that many, and like I said, it's the decorative tiles. The staircases really are the most important thing. The cornice that wraps around the entire building, and there's this kind of stepping element that is decorative. We don't know what it is. Some others have thought that maybe it was a fountain. We don't have any evidence of that. I think it's just a backdrop for a planter. It's a decorative element. We want to keep that, reconstruct that. Well, attach it to the reconstructed building and keep that element. And other than that, those are the main elements. And our task would be to document everything, and so that we can reconstruct it exactly as is.
Great. Lindsay?
I was hitting the wrong button. This question is largely for Mr. Sullivan, but Graham may be able to answer. So you have a very impressive resume here. I am just curious, and I saw on your website you've done some adaptation. Have you been involved in moving a structure like this successfully? I mean, not like this, but a historic structure, picking it up, moving it successfully.
So as you can tell by our website, I mean, we primarily work on new construction. We have worked on several historic buildings, the Savoy, the Addition, and retrofit of existing structures. Moving one has not been something that we have done as a firm. But we're just looking at this from a practical perspective, what we know about structures, and that's what formed our recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I have a couple questions. One's first for you, Mr. Sullivan. You mentioned that you were concerned about the building racking out of plane, and I was wondering why, in your experience, that would happen. What would the circumstance be if you're really using the techniques that we use to lift buildings, that it would rack out of plane?
So if you take the building as a whole, I could just call it a U shape, and with the two sides of the U's being wings, and you separate that from the center portion of the building, then that's a two-sided box. You've got the block wall on the south side, the block wall on the north side, but there's no stability, creating a box on the other two ends. So if you take a section through it, then you've got two walls and you've got a floor and a roof, and so there's no stiffness at those four connections where it could rack like this in either direction.
Right, but what if you reinforced it? What would you mentioned a circumstance under which it would rack out of plane, and I was just wondering, what would that circumstance be if you've reinforced it adequately, which you'd have to do in any event. But what would it be? One of the cranes doesn't lift at the same time as another, or what? From your experience, what would that be? I'm
Yeah,
guessing.
I think it could just purely be how it's lifted from one side versus the other side, you know, and a little bit of eccentricity could be enough to put it into that kind of racking type of position.
Okay, so I have another question. Maybe this is for you, maybe not. I was interested in the staircases and what they're made out of. And I was wondering, and I think that would matter. Are they poured concrete? Are they built up? Are they, wood frame and stucco? What are they? And how would you move them securely? Because they're not buildings, but they're large. And where off-site are you planning to store them?
Okay, so I can answer the first.
Yeah,
part
I
of
know.
that.
This is not all for you, right?
So we understand that to be entirely concrete structure.
I see.
And
Like
from our
poured.
standpoint,
Poured concrete.
Yes.
Poured.
And so what we would advise our client, if we're removing the rest of the structure around those, we would dig around the entire stair. We would recommend that actually you pick it up with the foundation. Let's excavate it, all the soil out, and grab the whole thing as a whole, because that's going to enable, that's kind of everything opposite of what I've been talking about this morning, is that it then creates a stable structure in its entirety to be able to move to another location.
Right.
But somebody else will need to answer the where.
Yeah, the where. Do we know what site where they're going to be moved? I'm curious about how far they're going to be.
We don't have a location yet, but it would have to be somewhere local, obviously.
All right, and I was wondering about the timeline. Maybe Graham, you can help me with this. Just the 120 days we have for the fence. That we're trying to get the fence up in 120 days. Where does 120 days fall on that timeline that you showed us of the building process? Like, considering you'll be getting a new permit.
Let me get help from both of my colleagues here. My understanding, and Sebastian can kind of opine as to where he thinks we are in the permit process.
So we've been working with the city of Miami Beach to really work through all the comments. We're actually only have a handful of comments left. It's been a long process and it's kind of a complex site. So through the process, there's been questions that have come up with the reviewers because of the complexities of it. But I think we're finally there. We have a meeting with the fire department that was very productive. We are actually resubmitting for the handful of comments that we have today. And so we're close. Within a few weeks, I would hope. Hopefully, yeah. So
A complex site is putting it mildly, but
we're
so
there.
I was kind of wondering, just like if you live in the neighborhood, when can you expect when will the fence? When is 120 days? Will anything have happened on the site? Will any demolition have occurred within 120 days? Is that possible? Is it likely? Ray, did you have a question?
Okay, so I think the answer is that we might be in the context where the 120 days comes and goes, right? And we have to erect the fence.
Okay.
But we're contemplating that once the permit issues, we can start moving within a couple of weeks. So if Sebastian's hopes and dreams come true, then we could be, underway, in this year, before the end of the year.
Okay.
And with the idea of just clearing it out.
Okay, but it's likely the fence will be up and then you'll be doing work on the site. Okay. Ray?
I just want to clarify one thing that I don't think you really brought up, is the fact that the building really has to be moved twice, because you have to move it to the back of the lot, then build up the land, and then move it back. So it's not like you just take it and turn it. You've got to do it twice, and you haven't brought that point up, I don't believe.
It's got to be shifted, turned, and go up a hill, right, to get back to its foundation.
But now the plan is to demolish all the buildings on the site at the same time. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
If this
And-
application is approved, that's the way it would.
Yes, and
Once we remove the historical elements.
And my question was whether the fence would be up or not. Oh, okay.
Sure.
Are you good? Haskell? Yes? Lindsay?
This is another question for Mr. Sullivan, I guess. And he mentioned go up a hill. Does that change the analysis? I mean, I know we've seen buildings moved. So from an engineering standpoint, does having to, well, I guess move it twice, although I don't know, I mean, the ones that I've seen, they're kind of on supports. Does that change the analysis at all if it were on a flat surface versus having to be also lifted from a lower level in the back to a higher level in the front?
Yeah, I think that that has an impact. I mean, taking on, Mr. Stewart's last question, about what would cause racking, that would cause racking if you're trying to take this up a hill. 'Cause essentially these things they're on beams, but they're on wheels, and then they're rolling it, so by virtue of rolling up the hill, that could cause an additional stress.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Sullivan, regarding the issue of racking, which has come up multiple times now, it's an issue of economics, isn't it not? Because you can reinforce the building such that we can move it.
Well, I mean, to what point? I mean, I think.
It's a matter of economics. In other words, the owner perhaps is saying it's going to cost me too much to reinforce this building to the point where we can move it. I mean, we have the technology to do whatever we want to do today. We sent a man to the moon 50 years ago and brought him back, so we can move a building if we reinforce it properly. Correct?
I think that that's a possibility, certainly, but there's a risk that comes along with that. And you could still break the things that are important. The other thing is that if the plan is to remove the entire building, or to move the entire building, I should say, and you're cutting it off of the foundations, like I suggested before, you are then also doing that with the stair elements also. So you have more risk of breaking those features in trying to take it as a whole versus just trying to save what is important from an architectural perspective.
My comment is regarding we're basing this entire discussion about the building not being able to be moved. The issue is economics, in my opinion, probably in yours as well. The building can be moved if it was reinforced strategically in specific areas, and then it can be moved properly, correct?
Anything is possible.
Anything is possible, yeah. It's a matter of economics.
Can I ask you one other question? Just, did you do an analysis of the concrete block or the wall material that's in that building? I mean, 1936 was kind of a tough year sometimes for concrete, depending on who was building the building. Did you analyze it for salt content or sand?
We did not do any material testing.
No, okay. All right, thank you. All right, now the moment we've all been waiting for, disclosures. Lindsay?
I had a meeting with the applicant.
Okay. Okay. No, okay. Disclosures are done.
I was supposed to have a meeting with the applicant, but I unfortunately was not able to go. I'm sorry.
Okay, now we're opening it to the public hearing.
Anyone on Zoom, please raise your hand. Anyone in the audience, please come forward. Mr. Chair, I see an RH on Zoom.
Good morning. I'll swear you in, and then please state your name for the record. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Could you state your name?
Randy Hollingworth.
Okay, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I live at 2939 Indian Creek, which is just north of the site. I am the president of our condominium association. I'm also on the executive board of the Mid-Beach Neighborhood Association, which this building falls under, the area in which we represent many of the owners of properties, including the hotels. We clearly support redevelopment of the site. We've lived with this site for many years. Our bigger concern, so I think it was also mentioned by staff, that this site has been, or the owners of this property have been cited for numerous violations. The condition of the property is deplorable, to say the least. It is not maintained. There are weeds, garbage, sidewalks are covered with dirt, gravel, sand. They're very, very seldom maintained. The weeds get to 4 and 5 feet high, full of garbage. There is a fence around the property now, which was rebuilt after it appeared the developer before pulled out or something, that all the signage went away, the fence fell down. They rebuilt it. Recently, there was a fire on the site from people living on the site, having started a fire in the buildings. There are piles of garbage 4 or 5 feet high down the courtyard, which obviously is the home probably to rats and other things. We would really, really request the city to take some action to make this owner of the property maintain the property. This is not going to go away with the demolition of the building. We have a year or two of construction to put up with. We walk around the property. We use this Indian Creek and the 29th Street for access to the area. It is unsafe, and whether the buildings are torn down or not, how the owner takes care of the right-of-way and the property and the sidewalks is very important to the community. I'm actually in charge of a group that is now looking at derelict sites and how they're not maintained, and they create unsafe conditions for the neighborhood. So this is a site that we've looked at and has serious problems for the neighborhood as far as how it is maintained. We encourage the redevelopment of the site, but surely the city can take action to make this owner maintain the site, not only now, but during construction, which will go on for some time after they start tearing the buildings down. So I think it's very important that the city use that as leverage for the permit approval and things like that. Thank you very much.
Am I recognized?
Please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Daniel Serraldo on behalf of Miami Design Preservation League. I'll try to get done in 3 minutes, but it was a long application. So I wanted to let you all know that this project has been very well received by the community in the past. It's been in the press as a potential solution for resiliency. We've even had the architects come and speak at MDPL, and it does go within the Boyan City plan. So on that note, it is very exciting that the owners are interested in doing this. But with the latest proposal, the applicant is requesting more demolition than originally proposed. And this board gave the approval for a large new project sort of as part of the program that included the preservation of the original structure and the relocation. If we had not known that the structure was going to be relocated, or that it had to be demolished to be relocated, maybe the original program would not have been as palatable. That being said, we are in a situation here now where the property is really neglected, and they have come and said that taking the architectural elements will help with reconstruction, but that they want to reconstruct from scratch the concrete, mostly concrete block structure. So we, board member Lindsay Lovell took away my cross-examination, but thank you, the board members, for questioning some of the methodology about moving. As someone who's not an engineer, though I've been present at about half a dozen lifts and moves in town, I was also a little bit questioning some of that methodology. But it is clear that it's possible, but at this point, with everything going on, we think that you know, if this reconstruction is the best way forward, then we should do that. This would be a learning project. I would hope that applicants would allow us to, you know, be a part of the process and learn about it, because even I think us and the city, we need to learn what is possible, what is impossible, whether elevation only is a better bet, or whether moving it and elevating might have some better approaches. But with everything that's going into this project, we think that it should move forward while also making sure we are aware of the possibilities, good and bad, with these resiliency interventions. So thank you.
Thank you, Daniel.
I see no other members of the public wishing to comment.
All right, then did the applicant have anything else left to say? Then I guess now it's time for board member comment. Do you want to start, Lindsay? We'll go down the line, or would you rather I start with Ray?
That's fine.
Okay.
I got called out the other day for deferring to Ray. I just wanted to switch it up one time, so I'll go first this time.
Thank you.
So as I mentioned earlier in disclosures, I did do a site visit with the applicant. So I saw the current state of the property. I've, friends and acquaintances who live, in the building directly across the way. So I'm familiar with the neighborhood, and, there's a lot going on there. They've had the Indian Creek raising. There's construction going on the Collins side now. And this is an eyesore to say the least at the moment. I noticed, and the attorney relayed to me the unsafe structures order. It looked like they'd done some core testing on the post-war modern building. So, I don't doubt that there are certainly issues there. Really what's before us is whether or not we think that, do we hold feet to the fire and, enforce the pre-existing order, or do we look at this as a lesson learned, and also, an alternative from a preservation standpoint? I don't know, I'm kind of torn on this one. But, I think my fellow board member down there, Haskell, brought up, it's a question of economics. But, economics is also, it's theoretical, right? We don't live in a world of theory. We live in a world of dollars and cents, and sometimes that makes a difference. I do appreciate the applicant coming before us today, making the efforts to preserve those architecturally significant elements. Even in the site visit, you really couldn't get in to see the stairs themselves. But they, even, from the sidewalk, what I could see, they looked beautiful. We talked about the other elements being preserved, the tile, the, I called them flower boxes. I'm not sure if that's what they were, but outside the windows they're currently on the west side, but also elements that I think are planned to be retained. Anyways, it's a long diatribe to say, I appreciate the efforts that are being made here. I would encourage us and our applicants to, really look for the experts in these areas, and this is not a knock at Mr. Sullivan. And like I said, I wasn't kidding. You have an impressive resume. But, don't come to me asking me for advice on family law because, that's not what I practice. And so, looking for the people who are, experts in this field, and can talk about how, something can be done rather than can't be done, would be my thought process moving forward for anyone who's looking for, these types of projects where we're talking about raising and moving, which is, inevitable.
Great, thank you, Lindsay. Brian, do you want to go next? Or do you want more time? Okay, all right. Laura?
Thank you again so much for the presentation. I really appreciated the diagrams and the architectural plans for the salvage plan. I think that should be a requirement. Is it a requirement? I'm not sure of historic, but I really appreciated that. And even going interior with the fireplaces, I think, it shows a lot of effort on the part of ownership to recognize that, these historic elements are irreplaceable, and to kind of honor that history of Miami Beach in its, though not ideal in its existing state, I think is very thoughtful, and thank you for being stewards of that irreplaceable history. I also really appreciated the concerns on resiliency. MDPL brought up a good point. If there was a way to document this, because it will continue to be a learning experience for all of us, hopefully, to work together to keep, Miami Beach a special, thriving place. It is a tough situation, but I do understand more or less the engineering behind it, and definitely supportive if that is the ultimate recommendation in light of all the thoughtfulness that went into the entire design, construction, and ownership group. So thank you.
Thank you. Haskell, would you like to go?
Thank you. I have a couple of comments. As I look at sheet A02, you note a number of buildings that were built in the 30s and the 40s that are 2 and 3, 4 stories tall maybe. And my concern is where we are going in this city. Where are we heading? We're going to allow a 7-story building in the back of this property. And the question is, how does it affect the homeowners that live across Indian Creek Canal? Down the road, are we just setting a precedent so that every other owner in the city, we had this case happen at our last meeting, where the property is allowed to go into disrepair, it's neglected, and then the owners come in and say, well, we can't salvage this building. You know, we have no way to salvage it any longer, so we need to demolish it, and we're going to build something perhaps twice as tall. Part of the charm of this city, part of the charm as it used to be, driving down Indian Creek, is the low-rise buildings where you have homes on the right, the canal, and then you have these low-rise buildings. If we're going to start building 7, 8, 10-story buildings, we're creating a concrete jungle, which I'm completely opposed to. So I just wonder where this city is headed now. Where are we going with this, you know, with allowing this particular project? Even though I like the design, I think the new building design is attractive design. But I'm just not completely satisfied that this is the path that we need to take, allowing property owners to allow their properties to go into disrepair, coming in front of this board and saying, well, we can't salvage it, costs us too much to salvage it, therefore allow us to demolish it and we'll do whatever we please, even though they're building within the FAR, and I noted that. But I just, by the time it gets to this point, it seems like the train has left the station. And I think we need to curb this sort of ability of homeowner or property owners to allow their properties to go into disrepair and coming in front of this board and asking to build greater height, greater density. That's all. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Ray?
In terms of like Haskell's right about economics, but what he's also not really saying that's very true is time. If you were to turn around and reinforce this building, pick it up, move it, raise the land, turn it around, all of that time you can't be building anything else on that property because your property is being totally taken by that. So there's a time element that I bet would add almost an entire year to getting this project completed. And I think those are one of the things that you have to think about. You were talking about the height of the new building, Haskell, and I believe it's the same height as the building that's directly behind it. And what we've done in the past is when you maintain the street at the higher, at the original level, and you build taller behind, that it's been relatively acceptable, in many other areas of the city. So you have to look at each case individually. I think you guys have done a great job in presenting this and in salvaging what you can salvage and to move this project forward for the entire neighborhood because it has been a horrible eyesore for many, many years. And I applaud you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Brian, and then Lindsay has another question.
Yeah, I mean, look, I would echo a lot of, my fellow board members. There's been some really great points here. I think one is, in an ideal world, we wouldn't have gotten to today. I think if you go all the way back, even historically, that I call it the third building, I think you guys called 36. That very long building that currently faces 36th Street. 29th Street, excuse me. That building there kind of obstructs all of the historical, elements of those other two buildings. And so in my mind, in that moment was kind of the first, element or the first decision point that, has led to where we are today. So it's, look, these pictures, this report, it shows to me that this is this is a crumbling building. This is very concerning. This is very unsafe. Obviously, the record has shown that this has to be remedied. And so I think that you guys have done a great job to I guess chart a course forward, more or less. It's not it's not the best. I think it's the best that we've got is kind of where I'm landing. I hear Haskell's point, but I'm a practical guy, a practical business guy, and I just think that I do agree with Ray that time is money, and we don't really have the time, and we need to focus on this area and do the very best that we can. I really appreciate everything that you guys have detailed on the historical element side of things. I think that you have pulled out, and I didn't get to take a site visit, but I think you've pulled out a lot of really important key elements that I would love to see preserved, and I'm excited to see what those more detailed drawings will look like. Particularly the stairs, the fireplaces, these beautiful ceramic tiles are gorgeous, and I am really curious of how you guys are gonna execute on that. And I guess the other thought that I had in closing is the lessons learned. I believe that Lindsay brought this up, or was it? Yeah, what I think could be helpful here, I mean, I'm just thinking for myself, like when I come into these meetings and I'm trying to understand, how to balance all of these various issues, I think sometimes it would be helpful if the client could help the city out and actually provide us with takeaways after, during this process and after this process, some sort of report. I mean, I'm not asking for, something incredibly strenuous, but just so that other future applicants can kind of look to see what were the lessons learned that you guys came away with here. And I think, as the architect, you could probably help us to say, these are the things that, we felt given, and I understand it's a case-by-case situation, but these are the things that we felt needed to be saved. Here's why we felt they needed to be saved. Here was the logic behind why we could not relocate, and why, and we, in a future case, you may consider these other variables that, would impact relocation, with the structural engineer. I just think it would be helpful if we could start to get, start to learn more from these examples, and not just come to the meetings, every month and then see another situation where we feel like our hands are tied and there's nothing else that we can do. So I'll be happy to accept a report, when you finish the project, and I'm eager to see the project. Thank you.
Yeah, we would gladly come back to the board and show you how we implement it, because as a buoyant city, leader, hopefully, that's what this project is always trying to be. So we'd gladly take you through the process once we're done, basically.
Thank you, Graham. Thank you.
Sorry.
Lindsay?
I just had a question that came up when I think one of my fellow board members was talking about resiliency. I mean, obviously, the front building is having to be raised more than originally anticipated as a result of the road raising. What other considerations went into this as far as, I mean, was there additional height for future-proofing this, right? So, I mean, here's my thought process. We're building this new structure. We're assuming approval today, you're reconstructing an existing structure with the historic elements and raising it. My question is, what is our prediction, or, as best we can, on how long that's going to be resilient in this space? I mean, that's part of the point here, right? Is to, bring this to a level where it can withstand the test of time for another 90 years. I was doing the math, sorry. So.
And Sebastian can further explain it, but the concept here is that the historic building will meet modern flood requirements, right? That's
the resiliency code.
Yeah, under the resiliency code with freeboard requirements. So we'll be there. That's the whole point.
So it's actually about 5 feet that the building will be moved up. So it's a 9 NGVD. It would be a 9 NGVD.
And then the finished floor is above the grade, obviously.
All right, I'll jump in here, and anybody have water? You want some water from back here? No? There's some outside. Anyway, I want to say that I appreciate I appreciate the complexity of this project and the complexity of the presentation. That said, so on the side of, I would propose that you improve this, or in the future would be kind of, Mr. Sullivan is obviously an outstanding engineer, but without having any experience, having moved a building, his opinion about whether it could be moved or not, I think falls into some question. It would be like if I were going to be saying this. I have not also have not moved a building, so I wouldn't really weigh in on whether it can move or not. I think a stronger case would be made by someone who could move, who knows how to move a building, and that we should try to bring those experts to bear on this, in addition to anything that Mr. Sullivan may offer. On the other side, I think that the architects, as choked up as they may be right now, are are outstanding stewards of this site. I think you guys are very trustworthy, very smart, knowledgeable, and work in many, many areas across the city. And I trust you as far as the consolidated order to do the work. So I was going to propose maybe to Debbie, and maybe this is also something for the applicant, that a few things be added to the consolidated order before we approve it. And I was just, this for you guys' thoughts. One is, in 120 days, we have a report back, because I think one of the most critical issues is that the site, which is not going to be built on for a period of time that we can't tell right now, but we can have the site cleaned and cleared and properly fenced, and in 120 days come back with that to see whether that has actually happened. And so that's one proposition. Another is that the consolidated order include a detailed list of, as detailed as we can have it, of what is going to be preserved. Because I don't think it was listed anywhere in there. The stairs weren't listed, the planter wasn't listed, the other items, the tiles, not that we have to know the number of tiles, but just that those are in the order itself. It's just like this, that's all you really have. Yeah, but that's not the consolidated order. That's, so yeah. And then the only other thing, let's see, that I had was, and I don't know whether this is even possible, but can we ask that the, well, I don't know whether we wanted to talk at all as a board about the ordering of this to make sure that we have, either have the reconstructed building. We often do this with historically preserved buildings, is ask them to be preserved first and then the new building be built. I also don't want to slow this process down, because if it's basically two new buildings being built on the site, they could be built simultaneously. But is there some way to kind of attach?
You can make sure there's a CFO at the same time for both buildings. One can't be occupied without the other.
You could do something like that. Yeah. Maybe that's a. Can you say that on the mic?
Yeah, you know, and we've seen this before in other projects. You know, you can get a TCO, but you cannot get a CO until everything is done and ready to go. And that ensures that the building that you say you're going to reconstruct is done in a manner and speed that the rest of the project goes by.
We have no objection.
Does that sound,
Yes.
Debbie, like a possibility? Okay.
Yes, we have included that condition, and I think the latest one was at the Aman Resort. We
Right,
had that
right,
CO
with
condition.
Riverside.
Because it's hard to put a condition in about the construction, because this will be, and will require this to be one single building permit. So, you know, in terms of how quickly they're constructing, it's more challenging, but the CO, we can put a condition in that no CO shall be issued for the residential addition before the CO is issued for the reconstructed contributing building.
Lindsay?
This is a suggestion and or maybe a question for the applicant. Would the applicant be willing, as far as the fencing goes, to do something that's not well, I mean, what's there right now is a chain link fence with, some sort of mesh covering, something that's more substantial and appealing to the eye while it's going by? Maybe something that has, look at this new property that's coming. I don't know if that's something that,
Or branding or something.
I wanted to put that out there, so.
I'm trying to bring to mind the city's current requirements for construction fencing.
Like, there are other projects, right, that are going on in the city where the fence, and that, I mean, Debbie can speak to this, but the fencing that, encapsulates that whole building is, let's say, wrapped, or it's branded, or when a visitor from somewhere else, is going by there, or,
Like the
neighbors
Raleigh
or
project.
residents, they feel that, there's a new building that's being reborn there, and I think that's, to me, the last time that I went by there, I didn't feel that way with the fence that was there.
We have no objection to that. So it's just a matter of how it's written.
Yeah, so we have a condition in the order that the fence would need to comply with the city's current regulations regarding vacant properties or construction sites. Currently, this property is not a construction site because they do not have an active building permit. So the vacant site requirements require a aluminum picket fence on all street sides, with a minimum height. They can go up to 7 feet for the aluminum picket fence. If within that 120-day time frame they obtain a building permit, then the construction site fencing requirements do allow for the chain link. However, we also have the provision that they do need to have the artistic graphic wrap along the entirety of the street facing.
So we can
fence.
require that.
So that is
if that happens
required.
within the- okay.
Yeah, so if they are going to get a demolition permit or another permit, then we can issue them the construction fence, but we will require an artistic graphic.
So would we add in the ordinance, would we add it to 1C, A? Is that where the list of intended preserved items would be?
Yes.
Okay.
That's where I would recommend actually delineating each of the elements,
Yeah.
which, I mean, I can have the applicant confirmed, but we have
Right.
as the stair.
Two
the-
stairs.
The stairs, the planter elements, the tile, and I believe they're also proposing to retain that horizontal banding, the decorative banding. So those are the 4 elements. I don't know if I'm missing anything,
There is
Sebastian?
a wider element, like, this is the one that's on the western facade. There's like, the cornice gets wider. It's like a little shelf element. We've indicated that in the plans. But
Right.
there's a pot on it. It's basically a decorative element on the western facade. On
Okay.
the second level. But that's basically an extension of the cornice, I guess. But it's a wire version.
And you'll take that off and put it back on?
That's within our plans as
Okay.
being salvaged.
Right. Okay.
I think, were there interior elements?
The
No,
fireplaces?
that's part of this application, but the fireplaces will be taken out.
Can we add the fireplaces to this ordinance?
Would it have to be a proffer? Just because it's interior.
Would you agree
Sorry.
for the fireplaces?
The answer is yes.
Okay.
Got some fireplace
Got it.
lovers up here. I don't know.
I
They're
like
on the
the
plans.
fireplaces too.
I do too.
Okay, so is there any other board discussion? No? If not, Debbie, do you want to?
Yeah, so we could take
Call
a
a motion.
motion. If I could just recap what we've heard in terms of potential modifications. So the first would be a progress report within 120 days to return to the board with an update regarding the property maintenance, and securing of the site, and the fencing. So that would be by the January. February? Yeah, maybe February is better. Okay, the second, potential amendment would be to include a list delineating each of the elements including both of the stairs, the planters, the tiles, the horizontal banding, and the decorative element that wraps around the west facade of the building, and the interior fireplaces. Those were the two. Oh, and that the finals, the CO for the new residential building shall not be issued prior to the issuance of the CO for the reconstructed contributing building. Right, the whole property will be residential use.
Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
A second? Okay, Ray?
Okay, let me call the roll. Mr. Ehrlich?
Yes.
Mr. Meyer?
Yes.
Ms. Weinstein Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Breslin?
Yes.
Ms. Lovell?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
And Ms. Camargo is absent.
Thank you again, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Chair, the next item on the agenda is HPB 2406.
Debbie, can we do
Oh, yeah,
just a
absolutely.
5-minute bio break? Okay.
Want a
thank you.
5-minute break?
Yeah.
Okay.
Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are moving on to the next application, which is HPB 240623. This is a request, the applicant is requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition and renovation of the building located at 1545 Collins Avenue and site improvements. This subject property contains two contributing buildings, the Shorecrest Hotel and the Royal Palm Hotel. Site was redeveloped substantially in the 1990s. This included the introduction of two new guest room towers. It also included the reconstruction of the Royal Palm Hotel, which unfortunately was demolished due to structural deficiencies during the course of construction. The currently proposed scope of work is limited to the first and second levels of the reconstructed Royal Palm portion of the site. It's a relatively complex application, although low intervention. They are proposing to retain and restore the vast majority of all of the significant architectural features, both on the exterior of the Royal Palm as well as within the public lobby. So we would like to commend the applicant for that. They are proposing to reconfigure several areas of the ancillary lobby and meeting spaces, including the outdoor corridors. And there are some modifications proposed for the rear pool deck area. Perhaps the most noticeable change here is the redesign of the front yard. As shown in our report, we have some imagery, some historical images, as shown in the 1941 aerial photograph. We do believe that the current driveway configuration is how it was originally built. The microfilm plans, which we've also included, show a different configuration, but since that very early aerial photograph was taken shortly after the construction of the property, we do believe that that was the originally constructed configuration. So we are very supportive of the project as a whole. As most members of the public and the board members, I'm sure, will note, we're seeing a significant amount of investment along these oceanfront hotels, particularly in the area between 15th Street and 19th Street. Really, even it's a little bit further north with the Bulgari Seagull project. So we are extremely supportive of the applicant's plan, which again does propose to retain the terrazzo flooring, including the compass rose. The original historic lobby will be retained. We are supportive of these other modifications in the less significant portions of the building that had been altered during the reconstruction as well. But our only comment is with regard to the reconfigured front yard. And we are recommending that front yard be consistent with the original design, including the retention of the original fountain. Again, we cannot verify 100% that that's the original fountain, but we're fairly confident that it is. The pylons were reconstructed during the 1990s project. But we think it is important urbanistically to maintain that historic configuration along Collins Avenue. So with that, I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Any questions for Debbie? No? 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 Okay. Then, welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Excuse me. Good morning. For the record, my name is Carter McDowell with Build and Sundberg. We have our entire design team here, our traffic engineer, our landscape architects. And I was actually going to say that this is not a complicated application, especially in light of the one you just discussed. It's really pretty straightforward. The owners of the property are going through a major renovation, top to bottom. The only thing that's affected that comes before you, because the other is interior and in the hotel areas, is this application that is before you. They are raising the standard of this property. It will be part of the Tribute portfolio once the project is completed, and we are moving forward as fast as humanly possible to implement the renovation. We're excited about that. We're going to address this in two pieces because I think there's little issue about the interior and what we are doing. Malcolm Berger is going to present the architecture, and then we'll come back and focus on the front yard discussion. We believe that the design that we presented is really important to the operational characteristics of this property. The 1941 driveway, either the 1939 or the 1941 driveway, were for a hotel that totaled 100 rooms once it was expanded. We're at 405 units. This property, I don't know if any of you know it, but this property was part of the RFP that was put out that resulted in the Lowe's Hotel and this hotel being constructed back in the 1990s. This was set aside as the African-American Hotel. It was in fact awarded to Don Peebles. And the city owned the property through the redevelopment process. There was a long-term lease at the time. It has since been sold with the city's approval and is now in private ownership. But it was actually a city-owned property as that redevelopment occurred. I actually was involved in it. I'll do a 2-second this story. I was involved when we came in to get approval from the city, who was the owner, to demolish the Royal Palm and replace it. And I met with each of the commissioners. I actually met on site with each of the commissioners at the time. And among the people I met with was Nancy. Gosh, I just drew a mental blank on her last name, who was the preservation commissioner at the time. And we walked in the front door as I was showing her the structure and why we needed to have this action taken. She walked in, she spent maybe 3.5 minutes inside the structure, looked up through the floors, you could see up through 3 floors, and she said, I'm not staying in the building, let's go back outside and talk about it. Anyway, the long and the short of it is, the Royal Palm that you see today is a reconstructed new structure, but is still considered historically significant because it is a very accurate, and most people driving down the street, in fact, most board members don't realize that it is a reconstructed building. One other thing, we are not actually proposing to demolish anything in the front yard. We'll come back to that. We're talking about relocation of features, not demolition. It was listed as demolition because they're in a different place, but we'll come back and talk about that. Let me turn this over to Malcolm to talk to you about the architecture and the upgrade of the property.
Good morning, good morning. Malcolm Berg, President and Design Director of EOA Group, architecture firm in Coral Gables, Florida, 1929 Ponce de Leon Boulevard, Coral Gables. So we're here to talk about the Royal Palm. I've been given 7 minutes, so it's going to be a very expedited presentation. This is for you. I've seen it before, so if you want to stop me anytime, please feel free. It's important to think about, when I talk to my clients about architecture and interior design, I always tell them making something pretty is actually very easy. You know, you can look in Pinterest, point at something and say, let's make that pretty. Making it function really well is actually where the rubber meets the road. Making it intuitive, making it flow well, making connections, lines of sight, symbiosis of spaces, all that is, to me, what makes a property function really, really well. The Royal Palm to us was about creating that intuitive flow. Everything we've done from the outside to the inside spaces and all the way to the backyard is creating intuitive flow and intuitive common connections of spaces that make those spaces work well. So to that end, let me start at the beginning. A new day, next wave. I'm not going to bore you with the details of the concept. Let me take you right into contents, intervention, and changes. Entry drive, new signage location, pilasters moved to either side of the drive path, water fountain pushed back and restored in drive, drive path reconfiguration. One of the biggest issues we have is the flow approaching the property. Every time a cab driver shows up or Uber comes in, they literally go on the wrong path. They sort of back up awkwardly on Collins, go back in. The flow is really quite terrible. So even though it probably was built, or the staff thinks that it actually was built per the last photographs, we believe that the original intention to have a single entry and a roundabout would have been a much better plan. New flooring in the lobby area, that's beyond the compass rose. Addition of lobby bar and elevated floor slab that really creates a connection between the interior and the exterior. You're going to see that in a second. Relocation of lobby circle, wrought iron stem vases to be used as artwork in the lobby. That's part of the windows. Opening windows to establish a connection to the exterior space. Again, about connecting interior with exterior. New location for reception desk, bring it closer to the front, new finishes throughout, maintenance of existing historic elements in the lobby. Everything deemed historical has been maintained to the best of our knowledge. Facade of building remaining as is, new finishes throughout the breezeway, pool, and pool restaurant. So these are photographs, these are historic photographs that we've found so far. Bottom left, you can see the driveway, single drive, as drawn and in the microfiche, splitting with an island in the center and a roundabout at the end. Pretty pinched at the time, circulation wasn't as necessary, vehicular requirements weren't as heavy as they are today, nor was congestion as congested as it is today. Moving back into current photographs of the space, top left, main entry, looking at the pylons that Debbie was talking about a minute ago. The water feature between the two pylons on the top right-hand side, it's in pretty bad shape. You can see the water blowing over right onto the path of travel where pedestrians are. More often than not, that water is actually off and the basin sort of dries out simply because of that water blowing over. It's been painted and repainted and repainted and repainted. It's got a really old patina to it at this point. It just doesn't have great architectural significance, other than the fact that it's historic. That doesn't mean that we want it to go away, by the way. That just means that as it is right now, it's not showcased as well as probably could be. Sorry, everything else in the facade stays exactly as is. The signage, the porte cochere, fenestration, columns, windows, everything pretty much stays exactly as is. Going in through the entry lobby, you can see on the bottom right, the significant feature is the old reception desk that's been repurposed back and forth in different manifestations. That's going to be remaining as is. The compass rose directly to the right of it. And then as you walk in, you see that shotgun entrance that takes you all the way to the back of the property. So you really don't see daylight again until you get to the other end of the building, which is pretty stark, pretty severe. The reception desk is currently 2 bays away from the main entrance, and that's something that we're going to be bringing back closer to the entry. More supporting photographs. This is now at the end of that long corridor. Now you step up some stairs, you get to the elevator lobby, and then you look to the right, and that's your first connection to the exterior. That's what we want to clean up. I think we're here for a reason. We're here to see daylight be one with the elements and the exterior spaces, so we want to make that connection much more palpable. Then we get to the exterior, the upper terrace where the upper pool is right now, the lower breezeway, that takes you back from that little moment where you came out in the elevators all the way down to the restaurant on the right-hand side. The restaurant is currently landlocked. If you look at the plan, you'll see it in a second. It is landlocked between the bar, the kitchen, and the pool beyond. Nobody wants to dine there. You sit there, you feel like you're in a blue cave. There's no daylight, there's no view, there's no breeze. So we're swapping those two out, bringing the restaurant closer to the pool where you have a much better view. Now we look at the existing pool. There's not much of a there. The bar is very close to the pool. You can see the bar right on the edge of the pool with this sort of cantilevered roof structure, but there really isn't that much engagement with the pool space. And just a quick cheat sheet as to what the photographs were on plan that we just looked at. Let's get through these quickly. So now we're looking at the first floor demo plan. Everything you see in orange is what we're proposing to demolish. So interior, nothing is historical that we're demolishing. Exterior, we're talking mostly about FF&E beyond the pool, but you can see where the pool restaurant and bar is directly on the right-hand side. That bar is the floating bar. The restaurant would have been to the left of that in that little void. Not sure if I can point to that. That would be right here where the restaurant is. The area that we're really going to be talking quite a bit about today is that water feature right there. You see where the sidewalk is. The wind, the prevailing wind coming from the east, blows all the water over onto the sidewalk. So in the reconfiguration, starting on the left-hand side, we're looking at entering with a single entry, and that entry will probably have 2 exits and 1 entrance. Well, I'll let the engineers and landscape architects talk a little bit more about that. But then we're bifurcating again, very similar to the original documentation that was provided with the microfiche. Coming in, providing sort of a roundabout at the porte cochere, so vehicles can turn around, enter into the parking down below, and then exit in a much more intuitive fashion. Again, making it as comfortable, as intuitive as humanly possible. Entering into the building, everything in the first section stays as is. I'm going to be actually going right into the enlarged plans, but we're going to be breaking it down into 4 sections. That takes us through the ballroom all the way to the pool on the right-hand side. Same in the second floor. This goes up onto the second floor through the elevator lobby in the center, and then parts on the left-hand side to meeting spaces, on the right into the cookery restaurant. The area that's dashed in orange is the area that's going to be demolished. So we still have the meeting space on the left-hand side, not doing much there, and sort of expanding the restaurant all the way to the windows on the right-hand side. I'll go faster.
We'll come back to that.
No problem at all. Lobby, take you right through the breezeway, pool areas, ballrooms, restaurant on the second floor. I'm not sure why these are not picking up. I'm not sure why this is not registering.
Sometimes my old-fashioned ways with bringing boards is for a reason. Our renderings are not showing up in the presentation. Oh, wait.
I saw it for a second. There we go.
Okay.
All right, let's start with this one. It's probably taking a moment to load up. So this is the new rendering. The idea would be to get that existing historical fountain, measure it down to a T. This is not a complicated structure. It literally is a rectangle with an additional little curve in the back. Move it back away from the sidewalk, make it very prominent, really come back with the beautiful fountain elements that were designed on day one, but are now usually off, and allowing it to have its presence in the center stage of the entry space. So any overflow, any spillover from the wind will not be affecting the sidewalk. The pylons on either side could be retained as they are, and they're pretty much in their existing location, except that they might be moved sideways just a little bit. I believe initially, historically, there had been 4. That's something that we need to talk about. Currently, there are only 2. So you can see entering on the right-hand side, coming all the way down, as opposed to doing it counterclockwise as it is done today. Entering into the space, we go right into what used to be historically the reception desk. That's going to be retained with the compass rose on the right-hand side. That now is going to be a coffee shop, just a coffee bar very close to the entry, really activating the entrance, putting a very small, discrete retail component, and on the left-hand side, a communal table for people to come in, open iPads, plug in phones, have a cup of coffee. As we pass by the bar, we're bringing the reception desk right next to the bar, right on the other side. So currently it's one bay over. We're bringing it much closer to the entrance for that intuitive flow. Directly to the reception on the right-hand side, we'll have a lobby lounge, and opposite that lobby lounge will be the bar. And I think there's a photograph on that side as well. You need to see a little bit closer. That lobby bar is now elevated and coplanar with the exterior. So we're going from interior to exterior for an indoor-outdoor experience. So as soon as you're at the reception desk now, we're going to be looking directly at the outside. You're going to get daylight immediately, which is not the case today. As you come out into the exterior, now we've created a series of eddies of circulation, lots of dappled shade, beautiful new flooring, fire pit directly off of the elevator lobby, and on the very, very far end, you see where that indoor-outdoor bar is. Currently, this is how far you need to walk before you get outside. Now we're getting you outside right at the lobby bar on the very, very far end of the image. You'll see the stairs that take you up to the meeting spaces beyond. Lots of sea grapes, lots of beautiful dappled light coming through. And this is where the bar currently is to the right. We're moving it to the left a little bit further away from the pool, but connecting the pool and the restaurant with a very sort of symbiotic relationship right next to the pool itself. This is the restaurant and the bar on the left-hand side, dropping down, cascading into the pool. All we're adding to the pool is a jacuzzi at the end, but keeping the same shape of the pool. and that takes us to the outside, to the boardwalk, looking back at the pool deck and the restaurant beyond. I think that's the end of the graphics presentation.
Okay, thank you very much.
One thing Malcolm didn't mention is there's an elevated pool on the second level that is actually being removed, and that's becoming a multi-use space. So there will no longer be a raised pool. I know our neighbors to the south at one point didn't like that pool very much. It's going away. And
It's really an extension of the restaurant on the second level, outdoor terrace.
So I want our traffic engineer, Adrian, to come up and talk to you about the front yard, which is obviously the discussion point with us. We're all in agreement, I think. Well, I don't know if you are, but staff and we are in agreement with everything else. Couple of just technical points, and I'm sure we'll talk about it further. We are asking to relocate the pylons 5 feet further out toward the property lines. If you look at the historic photograph, there were 4. There were 2 right on the property line and then 2 that were centered. We don't know. I don't think any of them existed at the time this was redone in 1999. I apologize, but I think we need a little more time. We're proposing to relocate the fountain. I don't believe the fountain is original, because I was involved in 2000 when we demoed the Royal Palm itself and rebuilt it. But we will work with staff. We'll document whether it is or isn't original. If it's original, assuming you approve it, which you may not, we will move that fountain if it is original and repair it in its new location. If it's really new construction, then I would submit we would ask to build another new facility in the location we are proposing. One really important thing that we haven't talked about is in the redevelopment that happened at the end of the 90s, early 2000s, there was underground parking built underneath the back addition on the Shorecrest property to the south. There are 100+ spaces, valet, under that building, and their entrance and exit point is right in the corner here. That dramatically changes the flow and the operation of what was once a historic front yard that was only for one building and had no other connections to it. It doesn't show up very well there. Let me. There's a drive, so there's the front entrance. There's a drive that goes down right here to underground parking that is the valet parking for this 400-room hotel now. We also have several hundred parking spaces off-site in the 16th Street garage that the city owns, but we have an easement in it that was part of the original. So that's where a lot of the vehicles and the staff goes. But that operational issue has a lot to do with the internal circulation. Let me turn it over to Adrian to talk to you about the operations.
Good morning. Adrian Dubkowski with Kimley Horn, offices at 2 Alhambra Plaza in Coral Gables. So the proposed plan, what we're looking at doing with it is resolving really 3 different issues related to operations and safety, Florida Department of Transportation access spacing, or the FDOT has specific spacing guidelines for driveways, as well as valet circulation, improving that condition. So the existing operations and safety issues stem from the clockwise circulation that exists on the site now. So essentially the ingress driveway is located after the egress driveway. So drivers not familiar with the site traveling northbound on Collins tend to turn into the first driveway with, right-hand flow, keep right traffic, and you're actually entering through the exit. So you're conflicting with exiting vehicles and creating an unsafe condition. Additionally, when traffic is exiting the site through that south driveway, the north driveway, the entry only being 25 feet away, traffic is slowing down to enter. So there's a chance for exiting traffic to actually rear end the traffic that's entering the site, because it's the clockwise circulation versus counterclockwise. So what we're proposing to do with the site is to consolidate the driveways into one access condition where we eliminate those unsafe conditions for entering traffic entering through the wrong way as well. This also will help improve the valet circulation, which I'll get into in a minute. But what we also do with the configuration is solve the FDOT access concerns. So FDOT maintains Collins Avenue. They have spacing criteria that they provide. For Collins Avenue, it's 125 feet in between driveways. So the current site has a 32% variance to the south, the loading driveway that's used for the Royal Palm. To the north, the driveways are actually, the nearest driveway is 170 feet, so there's no variance needed there. But then there's also the issue of the in and out driveways being spaced 25 feet apart. So when we look at our proposed condition, we improve that south variance to the south driveway. It improves from 32% to 15%, with the distance being reduced to, or increased to 106 feet between those driveways, which this results in something that we can get from FDOT administratively. Usually 15% is the cutoff to get an administrative approval rather than having to go through a separate variance hearing for that.
How much more time do you think your team needs?
I have 2 more slides just to talk about
A couple more, but then is there somebody after you?
I would say 3 or 4 minutes. And we're
Okay.
here to answer questions. I think
Of course, no, I'm not, just in your presentation, maybe 3 minutes?
So getting into the valet circulation, with the current plan, the valet trips for pickup, they actually have to exit out onto Collins, travel on the external roadway network to then go back to the Port Cochere for people to pick up their cars. So you have this unnecessary trip having to circulate on the external roadway network. With our proposed plan, those valet trips are all internalized. So valet pickup trips, the valet just takes the car right out of the garage, brings it to the Port Cochere, and then the vehicle exits the site. For valet drop-off, it's also internalized because we have that extra loop towards Collins Avenue, but all internal to the site. Back to you, Carter.
I think I think you can see, we've tried to come up with something that is responsive and we believe respectful of the historic condition at the property, keeping the pylons, keeping the fountain, but coming up with a circulation that is safer and more efficient for what is, in fact, a very large hotel that was originally a very small hotel that originally had no other parking other than parallel parking on the front driveway, and no other connection. So our current situation is much more complicated than the historic. And the staff has suggested, well, just reverse the flow on the loop so that you enter on the south and exit on the north. That doesn't work because we can't get cars back into the valet without going back out onto Collins again. And, you know, that's a problem. We solve it by having an internal loop on the property so that valet doesn't impact Collins Avenue at all. And we think that's a much better place for all of us because it's not, if you've been there, that's a very busy section of Collins Avenue. The more we can do to make it better, the better it is for everybody. We do think we're respectful. We're here to answer questions. We're sorry we took quite so much time, but wanted to address the issues. Arthur Marcus is here too. I will tell you, we're not convinced that the original didn't get built in the very first, nobody knows. There's a drawing that shows a single entry, and we know 2 years later it wasn't there. Whether it ever got implemented or not, nobody can tell. But the configuration of the property, because it is also a convention center hotel property, has changed dramatically. With that, we're here to answer your questions.
Great, thank you very much. Yes, Lindsay. Yes, questions for the applicant, please.
Okay, for the applicant. So I have a handful. So, and you talked a little bit about why the ingress was on the north side. I mean, we talked about the confusing counterclockwise circulation. I agree it's confusing, but I think that's kind of a self-imposed condition as it is. I mean, you look at it, your natural inclination would be to go in the south entrance and exit the north. I was looking at it now, and it's been a while since I've walked over there, although I used to be in and out of that hotel quite regularly. I would go to the restaurant, the bar, the pool, the beach chairs, and my parents actually stayed there when they would come to visit. Looks like there are pavers existing in kind of west of like the Porte Cochere. And I thought that had been used for turnaround purposes within the property. Is that accurate? I don't know. I couldn't find in the presentation an existing condition that reflected that, or an aerial.
George, I need to take this with me. Do we have the existing condition, George? I think you're asking, is there an existing turnaround in here today?
I mean, I'm looking at the aerial on Google Maps is the best I can do at this point.
I think their answer is there is I think a single lane that crosses through there that, again, is attempting to address the problem with the valet using that corner. Turns out that corner location creates a lot of complications in terms of the circulation, where it goes underground underneath the new part of the Shorecrest. And the reason they have been operating with the north as the entry is so that valet can go directly into the garage. Because when you come the other way, the drop-off point is past the entry. You have to circulate back through. But I've personally watched quite a few cars pull in the wrong way into the wrong driveway and then back out into Collins Avenue. It's an issue.
I don't, and I think typically our procedure is, I don't want to take the chair's,
Go ahead.
But
Continue.
normally we kind of get our questions out and then.
We can do it however you'd like. If you'd like
Okay.
your questions answered right away, like some of us do, then you can
Okay,
do
that's
that.
fine. I just didn't want to, okay.
Yeah.
I can add to your question.
Go ahead.
George Puig, landscape architect with Kimley Horn and Associates, offices at 2 Alhambra Plaza, Coral Gables. So if you look at the existing conditions, the pavement's there, but it's too tight for somebody to be dropped off and then the valet be able to do a 180 back in. It's just horizontally, it doesn't work. So it looks like the space is there, but it really, you can't make that turn. As it is now.
Okay.
Because the landscape island is so narrow, you don't get a turning radius through it.
Okay. My next question, this is towards Kimley Horn, related to, you mentioned the FDOT guidelines with regard to the driveway entrances, and you used the word guidelines, so that's my understanding. It is a guideline, not a requirement?
They're guidelines, but you have to get a variance for them. So it's a formal process that you go through with the Access Management Committee.
Correct.
So they call it guidelines, but it's essentially.
It's binding guidelines.
Yes.
Unless you get a variance.
All right, let me finish my comment, please, thank you. But there is no variance required for an existing condition. So as it stands, the entrances, if they were to stay, you don't have to seek any sort of variance because it exists. Is that accurate?
If we don't do anything and they stay as is with the clockwise circulation, then we don't have to go back to them, correct?
I mean, could you, I'm just setting aside the question of LA for just a moment. Could it be changed to a counterclockwise circulation without any need to go back to FDOT about it?
No, it's as soon as we would modify that circulation, we'd have to go back to them, and then when you change that circulation, it still requires the 32% variance, because that south driveway, when we go to the south to the loading driveway, that distance is still, it's the same distance regardless of whether it's clockwise or counterclockwise circulation.
So to change the circulation within your own property, you have to go to FDOT to get approval?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
You have more?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I just, one thing that I didn't fully understand, the presentation about the interior, I might have heard you wrong. Did you say that the reception desk is 2 days? Bays?
Bays.
It sounded like days, and then I thought it was bays. I
The
just,
accent.
It feels like 2 days, but it's only days.
Is it a descriptor? Okay, that was my question.
Okay. Anybody else have questions for the applicant? Okay, Haskell.
You cited there were a number of safety concerns over the years. How many documented cases have you had over accidents occurring because of the current layout?
We have not looked into pulling those counts. We would have to get the police department involved. And typically, as a private applicant, it's something the city would be able to pull easier because of the liability associated with those reports or potential liability. They typically don't provide that to private entities.
So right now, we don't know exactly how unsafe the current conditions are.
Correct.
So the driveway currently is in a clockwise rotation, correct?
Correct.
And you cited that it would be difficult to put it in a counterclockwise because of the stacking of the cars on Collins Avenue. Is that what I understood you saying?
No, going to the counterclockwise is intuitive for drivers because you enter the driveway first, and then you exit through the north. So that's the preferred.
But you're showing it as a single entry and exit, where it could be individual entry and exit, one on the south, one on the north, right?
Correct. That's the point that we were discussing previously, that if you just flip the circulation, we would still need to get the FDOT variance to the driveway to the south.
So I'm not clear on the issue of the parking arrangements where you say you'd have to pull out into Collins Avenue, right?
So the problem, if you just take the existing condition and you reverse the flow, you enter on the south, you drive past the valet entrance, and you drop off past the valet entrance. The valet would pick up the car at the front of the hotel and have no ability to get back into the valet.
Why not? Why can't you create a driveway in the median?
Because the landscape strip is only like 15 feet wide. You can't get a turning radius to make a turn through that narrow
How wide
landscape
is the
area.
property, excuse me?
It's 50 feet.
Your driveway is what, 18 or 22 feet?
22, I believe.
22. Okay. So if it's 50 feet, most cars can make a turning radius within 40 feet.
So if you look at the AASHTO guidelines within the Green Book, so that's what we use to prepare maneuverability analyses. So the passenger vehicle is a 19-foot long vehicle, which granted, that's a larger SUV. And it's even conservative there because the larger SUVs are typically 18.5 feet long. That diameter that we need to make that maneuver is 49 feet from edge to edge. So as part of the analysis that we prepared, in laying out the proposed site, we prepared a maneuverability analysis to ensure that the valet vehicles would be able to drop off in the drop-off area and then be able to circulate.
Can you use the mic? Okay, you've got the mic.
So valet vehicles will be able to pull in here, pull up to this area, and then they're taken back this way. Or they could even come down here and come around and into this area here to drop off and then go into the garage. Same when they come out of the garage, they can stack here, or they can come around this way and stack and go into these spaces for additional stacking.
If the landscape is continuous,
Mike, on the mic, please. On the mic, please.
if the landscape is continuous all the way to the street, as it is today, the only place to turn around, other than potentially trying to create a drive through the existing condition, is back out on, and that's what happens today if you're on site. The valet ends up back on the street to turn and get either to go back to the front, because today they come out, they do this to drop off when they're returning the car. That would reverse itself in the other condition if this is a continuous band all the way to the street.
So if I may, and I think this is where...
Wait, one sec. Are you finished?
No, I'm simply not buying what you're saying. I can't see it. Because your landscape areas at the entry, if you were to eliminate those and create those in the middle of the driveway, I don't see what the issue is. Why not, why you can't make that turn? You show it there.
So in this graphic here, this is the current circulation pattern where the valet pickup vehicles have to come out onto Collins and then come into the porte cochere. If we reverse that circulation, you pull into the porte cochere, drop your car off, the valet then takes your car and has to travel down, get onto Collins. You wouldn't be able to make that left. You'd have to make a right, go up somewhere, make a U-turn, come back down, and then make a left into the site to then get into the garage if we reverse that circulation. So there's no internal place to fulfill both the valet drop-off or pickup. So reversing the flow with that current scheme, either the valet drop-off trip is impacted or the valet pickup trip is impacted.
Wait, but just
Wait. Just, I know Haskell, you finished with your, or you, this is a questioning time for the applicants. We'll have time to discuss this ourselves, but but you're welcome to continue with your questions. You have the floor. Go ahead.
I just don't see, this is your proposed layout, correct?
Yes, that's
You're
correct.
making a turn between the islands.
That is true. We are making a turn
Right.
here because it's not doing this. It's going straight into
You
the
can
garage.
shift that, you can shift that entry to the left, to the west. Can you not? And still have entry on the south side and an exit on the north side.
You're
maybe
saying
I'm
we
not
could
getting
move this? The answer is it's probably possible. I'm not going to say it's not. It's probably possible to create a circulation where we drop off here. It's a very tight turn. I mean, we moved it here to be able to make the turn.
So the reason why this is so wide is so that we have a stocking lane and then we can have a bypass lane so the vehicles aren't stuck behind one another.
Okay, did you get your clarifications? I understand
know what I'm thinking.
Yes, I do too. I think many of us do. Thank you for that line of questioning. Did you want to jump in, Lindsay? And
Yeah, so I'm going to tag on to that. I think the question that it seems many of us have is you have your existing condition, you have your proposed condition, and then the staff recommendation, which is kind of somewhere in between. And that's what we're asking is what, besides the guideline and seeking some sort of variance that you say that you have to do to reverse the flow within your property, what prevents you from having the two entrances and maintaining the front entrance as it is, which, and I will get to that at some point later in comment, preserves the existing pylons, the fountains, the pedestrian interaction at that space, because we're losing all of that and pulling it back in and taking that away from, the pedestrian walking by. They're not going to wander onto your property to go look at the fountain, most likely, and you probably don't want them to. But having that at the pedestrian level where there's an interaction between and honestly, it's one of the things that I've always loved about the front entrance of this building. And so my question is, what stops you from having the existing north and south entrance, reversing the flow, but reconfiguring the internal landscape in order to allow your turnaround within the property? That's my question. Does that sum it up, I think? Okay.
I think the answer
yes.
I think the answer is that's possible. It's not what the staff recommended. The staff recommended just reversing the flow.
Okay.
All right.
No, I just need to
Jump in.
clarify that. We are saying that it would be okay to create that loop within the property to get the valet back to the garage.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you for responding to the questions. Thank you for the questions. Now we're at board disclosures. Are there any disclosures on this? Did anybody? No. Okay. We're opening to public hearing.
I see no one on Zoom. Please raise your hand if you'd like to speak on Zoom. I see Daniel Seraldo.
Yes, hi, thank you. Daniel Seraldo with Miami Design Preservation League. We do appreciate the comprehensive investments being made to the hotel, which will include significant rehabilitation and restoration. But as for the proposed change on the driveways, we do fall in favor of staff's position. We did look at the historical documentation. We see a very specific rhythm of the entryway. This was a time when cars were becoming extremely popular for the mass market, and so having that original entryway, it's very glamorous. Maybe it would be better to preserve, but maybe reconfigure somehow. But we do know it is a challenge, and we look forward to all of you figuring it out. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I see no other members of the public.
Okay. All right. Well, now we will open it up to board comment. And Ray, why don't we start with you, and we'll go up here. And this is not board questioning for the applicant. This is just board talking to board members.
One of the things is that when I've gone to this hotel and I've walked from the street in, there's no real pathway that says this is how I should get into the hotel. You're walking down a driveway to get in, and I don't see where that's been solved here either. I mean, you can't expect that everybody that's coming to that hotel is coming in a car.
No, this is not board comment. This is not applicant comment.
But that still brings you back to it still brings you back. Yes, you get a sidewalk, you're still going back into a road. And that sidewalk does not take you all the way to the front door.
Okay. Thank you, Ray. Haskell, do you want to add anything to your line of inquiry? Okay. No, it was not a dissertation. Laura.
Thank you again for the presentation. The interiors are gorgeous. I love them. Looks beautiful, and wish you guys all the best in the project. But I do agree with staff recommendations regarding the front entrance, so I would be supportive of that today.
Great. Brian, would you like to?
I'm unresolved on the flow in the interior. I think Haskell brought up some really great points, and in conjunction with Lindsay, I guess they kind of suggested some other possible solutions, I suppose. And also, I do have. Could you take us back? Oh, we're not in the. We're done with questions.
We're done. But if you have a special request,
because I am sensitive to this arrival experience from a pedestrian point of view. To Ray's point, and I agree. This property. I don't know if it's the signage. I don't know if it's like that long expanse that just feels kind of never ending. But And I see we're looking at the proposed here, but it does appear that sidewalk looks more of an afterthought. And I'm curious, in terms of signage, in terms of signaling and wayfinding and all of those things, what you're going to do there. Because I was looking in the plans and I didn't see it.
So we have two options. So this is one option, right, coming across. But remember, there's also an option to the north. So between the Lowe's and our property, we do have a public walk that takes you to the beach walk, right?
That's the beach access, though.
That's the beach access. So we opened it up here in both the ramp and the steps so that you can use that existing beach access to come to the front directly to this plaza area. So.
Yeah,
yeah, it does, right here.
Well, it shows an opening. It doesn't really.
Yeah, these are steps and a ramp that takes you up.
Ray, on the mic if you have. Yeah.
I mean, it's the same question I have. How do you know from a wayfinding perspective in those, whether you're on the north side of the street or on the south side of the street, how do you understand that is where you're going to enter?
We can easily add some wayfinding on both sides, directing you over. Or when you leave the property to go, when you arrive and you leave the property, you clearly can see these. So wayfinding is the way to go.
And on the south side, is there signage that's going to be there now with that proposed sidewalk?
On this one?
Is there a rendering of that or no? Okay. I guess I'm having a hard time because there aren't renderings of these things, and they are issues that I think people have when they're entering.
Okay. Thank you very much. Lindsay, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Can I just make a really quick point to that? I got to tell you guys, and I we have no vested financial interest in doing this. It's going to cost the client more money to do this than to leave it as is. Much cheaper to leave it as is, put another coat of paint on that fountain and move forward. The arrival experience coming into the property with that fountain in the center, the palms, the very intuitive flow, you know exactly where you're going once you're driving into that single drive. Currently, with the double drives and no clear path of travel to the property, it's very counterintuitive for pedestrians and for traffic.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
that's really my point.
Thanks. Yes, Lindsay.
Okay, so I want to address the counterintuitiveness. I agree it's counterintuitive, but I think anybody would say it's counterintuitive to go in and go counterclockwise. I mean, or go clockwise rather. I mean, it is. Unless there's a one-way street that tells you, like, I mean, my building downtown, it's on a one-way street, so you enter on the left side. It's very weird. But other than that type of situation, it's very counterintuitive to have the type of flow that you have right now. So I think reversing the flow, period, end of story, resolves that. Because anybody who's approaching on the northbound lanes of Collins is going to see the sign Royal Palm and want to turn there. And, you know, the sign that you have sitting there, at least in the Google Maps image, and I've seen it before, right? It's just a little bitty, it says, do not enter. You know, so I think reversing the flow resolves the counterintuitiveness. It resolves it and makes it more intuitive. That's probably the better statement. I do give credence to the discussion about the pedestrian access. I mean, I feel like I've probably Ubered there, so didn't do a whole lot of walking up the driveway, but that's a fair point. And obviously using the public beach access and giving an entrance, I would say at the very least, my preferred solution here would be closer to staff recommendation, which maintains the two driveways, maintains the pedestrian experience from a passerby, and that's what I was talking about, right? As a passerby, you see this fountain, you see the big entrance, you see the pylon, you see the big signage, the Royal Palm. You look up at it. I mean, it is a very outspoken entrance, I guess. And so, from a pedestrian perspective, that going onto the property, whether that is addressed by some sort of signage on the public beach access that suggests that, to access the Royal Palm by foot, this is the way that you go. I don't even know that would be possible, so that's kind of one question, because if that's one of the suggestions. Certainly if that's possible and there's signage that can be implemented there, then opening up that access on the east side closest to the building from the beach walk, the pedestrian beach access would be possible regardless of whether you keep the two driveways entrances or a single entrance, I would say, right? I'm getting some head nods, so I think that's accurate. And then, but I would be interested, I don't know, I'm curious if, because you looked at this as setting the fountain back and creating those islands in the center of the landscaping, I don't know if at any point it was considered, okay, leave the fountain where it is, leave the pylon where it is, maintain the existing two driveways, but incorporate some turnaround. So, adjust the landscaping appropriately on property to create the valet, the circulation that we need, the counterclockwise and then the turnarounds. But any sort of, sidewalk or walkway or something that would encourage your pedestrians, not only the people who are coming to visit that are passersby who want to go into the hotel, but also your guests who have left the hotel and gone out into Miami Beach for the day and want to return back, what their pathway is. And I don't know if something like that could be incorporated into that center landscape where there's a grand walkway entrance there, right? So come around the fountain on foot and then approach into the building. I'm not a landscape architect, I'm not an expert on this, but something like that to bring them in. And, maybe the side access is better from a pedestrian interaction with cars perspective. I don't know. But those are things that I feel like are missing today.
I'll take that one step further. If you look at the SLS Hotel, they have a double wide entry, cars coming in, cars coming out. As a pedestrian, you take your life in your hands walking with somebody trying to pull in, somebody trying to pull out, and you've got a very long walkway, and also it's next to a corner. If there was a separation there, at least you as a pedestrian would have a place to stop in between somebody pulling in and somebody pulling out. I really agree with Lindsay that if you just change your counterclockwise, clockwise, and redo what you do inside, and keep the nice fountain out there that a pedestrian walks by and says, how nice, I think that's the best way to go.
We're, okay, I'll just finish up the board comment here. I think this hotel, the work that you're doing inside is incredible. The way you're opening this up, I've taken that long stroll from front to back and wondered when I was going to see the outside, and then I think you've discovered kind of how to bring that all together in such a beautiful way. And so you're doing great things for your guests, and I will certainly want to staycation there some point. But I also think that this hotel has a huge, in its existing configuration of the driveway, gives something back to Collins Avenue that it otherwise doesn't have in almost anywhere else, which is the fountain. And so I was going back to the order and looking at C1A, where the staff has written in the order about the U-shaped driveway configuration shall be maintained, which I agree with the exception of modifications to the landscape central area to allow cars to circle back to the garage entrance, which I agree with, which we've been talking about, making that the valet turn, the garage turn. But they didn't say that, but I think we should add, if we're going to think about this, to reverse the direction of the driveway, which wasn't included in that, and also to add a clarification of the walkable entrance, which is also not in the order. And I think one thing that we should do definitely is what you guys so smartly did, which was to open the beach access on that side to allow pedestrians to come in through that, through the beach access that you provided. There might also be other options that I'm not sure whether Debbie and her team would be willing to do this administratively, look at administratively other options for pedestrian entrances in that landscape, if that were the possibility. So
Mr. Chair.
I'm thinking that's kind of where we should probably, that's where I would land on this, if I were going to be putting a motion together, but I am
May I
not.
simplify that?
Just one second, we've closed the comment.
I think I can simplify the discussion, though.
Okay, all right.
We're okay with the staff condition,
Okay.
subject to working with staff to come up with a recirculation inside. But we absolutely need the city's support. We will have to go get a DOT variance to be able to do it. And we absolutely need the city to join us in that process to ask for that reconfiguration, that variance, because DOT can deny it. We could be in a situation where you give us an approval that we cannot implement. And that is a problem to us. I would also note, if you look at the aerial photographs,
okay,
the width of the fountain and the two pylons does not leave space for a walkway
Understood.
on either side.
Understood.
Well, that's why it doesn't exist today. If there was space to do it, we would do it.
Understood.
I mean, but it's just not there physically. We absolutely will open that to the pedestrian access. Anyway, we
Okay.
accept, with that limit, with that addition, we would accept the condition, staff condition, and appreciate your approval.
Thank you.
And just to follow up with Carter, I can certainly draft a letter of support on behalf of the Historic Preservation Board for any FDOT variance for the driveway. I don't know if you need our transportation department to also take a look at it to see if they object. I think they initially looked at it when we had our earlier meetings. So I cannot speak on behalf of our transportation department, but certainly I think the board's comments so far are very clear that yes, we could provide you with a letter of support.
And it would be helpful to have transportation support too, if the city would do that.
And I can help facilitate a meeting with transportation once that, if we're going in that direction, once that application has been filed.
So, can I get a motion on this?
I'll make a motion to approve this with the staff recommendations.
And is that with the additional clarification in C1A that the directional vehicular traffic flow may be reversed?
Oh, yeah.
To a counterclockwise direction?
Mean to a clockwise.
Counterclockwise would be.
Yeah, yes, counterclockwise, you're right. Yeah,
And I heard some other comments, Ray, I'm not sure if you would like to include any enhancement of pedestrian entrance for the applicant to explore with staff, enhancements.
No, I think they made it clear enough.
Okay.
We'll work with you in the redesign of this central landscape. If we can figure out a way to do it, we'll do it. We'd rather have it.
Okay.
Could I make a friendly amendment to that, Ray? I would like to see them open up some sort of access from the beach walk.
It's in the plan.
But it's in the plans where they
not
reconfigured
in
the
the
driveway, so that's why that's,
Would you consider adding that the board strongly supports the DOT variance in order to allow it to happen, please?
I have no problem with that.
I think what we could say is that staff would cooperate with the applicant in its request to FDOT for, Carter, you've been saying variance, but that's the term, that the application is for a variance?
It's a variance from the design standards that are actually binding.
I mean, I think that would be consistent with the board's approval today, so what do you think, Debbie?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit strange to have as a condition of the order, but I mean, I have no problem saying on behalf of the Historic Preservation Board, staff will work with the applicant to support
Their application.
their application to
variance
FDOT
request.
for the variance of the driveway.
But that doesn't have to be in the motion, correct?
It could be a separate motion, it could be in the order. Nick, you're okay with that in the order?
I'm okay with
I don't
it
have a problem
in the
with it.
order. I also think that if FDOT denies the request, I think the applicant would need to come back to the board. Yeah.
Yes, we will.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, I accept the friendly amendments.
And just to clarify, the beach walk access to the property would be on the north side of the property. Okay.
Is there a second?
I'll second it since I made friendly amendments. So is it now my motion, or do I second Ray's?
You second.
Okay, I'll second it.
Okay, let me call the roll. Mr. Meyer?
Yes.
Mr. Ehrlich?
Yes.
Ms. Weinstein-Berman? Ms. Lovell?
Yes.
Mr. Breslin?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next application on the agenda is HPB 240625. This is 947 Lincoln Road. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the renovation of the existing building, including facade modifications. I think all of you will remember this particular project did come before you at our May meeting of this year for a preliminary evaluation from this board. The focus of that preliminary evaluation was with regard to the introduction of a kind of a slatted wood facade treatment within the windows that would be more consistent with the proposed operational plan of what we hopefully are going to have as a new successful restaurant on Lincoln Road. During that conversation, the board was generally supportive of the proposal and didn't have any significant comments that staff had noted other than additional, details of how that would be accomplished would need to be submitted for the review of this board. That preliminary evaluation was well received. However, there was not a binding approval or decision made at that meeting. The applicant is currently before you as a full application to receive a binding decision by this board. Most of you are probably familiar with the building. It is very old structure. It was constructed in 1925 originally. It's a 1- and 2-story structure. The 2-story portion is along the rear of the property and invisible from Michigan Avenue. In 1938, there was some significant modernization of the facades that was designed by L. Murray Dixon. So this building is very interesting. It has multiple significant layers of architecture that exist today. There were some also, after Dixon's modifications, there were multiple tenants that were in and out of this building, and additional small modifications to the storefronts have been made over time. Staff would note that this building has received in the past a few different approvals from this board. Unfortunately, and this goes back 10 years for the renovation of this building, none of those projects were permitted or came into reality. So the building has remained vacant for over 5 years, notwithstanding those previously approvals. When staff originally met with the proposed team for this project, we were very excited and somewhat relieved that this building is being proposed to be turned into active use. This building has had some minor repairs done to it over the past 5 years. But, I walk by it all the time, and several years ago, there was some major concern with portions of the building actually crumbling and falling into the sidewalk, which is why there was a fence built into the sidewalk to protect passerby. I think one of the interesting things is, and we had noted this in the previously approvals, on the interior of the building, originally this structure had the Pecky cypress ceiling, which is a very indicative, historically characteristic material that you see in buildings from the 1920s. And staff did find it appropriate that the facade treatment that is new is proposed to kind of reflect that. So I think that was a very creative concept that's being proposed. And we're generally supportive. We're also supportive of the proposal to, while privacy is important to the operational plan, we were very supportive to have the front of the building that is visible from Lincoln Road actually turned into a display kitchen. There's actually, we noted in the plans, there's a table also in there for, I guess, very special guests would be able to sit there. And we are just really excited that this building is going to get the much needed repairs. It's going to get new windows. And again, we're excited to see more activity return to Lincoln Road. In the past, we've seen a few restaurants, very successful restaurants, populate Lincoln Road, but the majority of those have been at the upper levels. So we really believe that this will be beneficial, not only to the existing structure, getting much needed repairs and reinforcement, but also to Lincoln Road as a whole. So we are recommending approval. We also have noted that, all of these attachments could be easily removed in the future should a different project be proposed.
Thank you, Debbie. Are there any questions for Debbie about the presentation? Debbie, I just had a couple questions. Lindsay, did you have a question? One was you mentioned the stucco reveal that you'd like on the demarcating on the Michigan Avenue side, the stair up to the second floor. I presume there'll be a door there No, there's a door indicated there, but you mean the arch over the top of the door?
Yeah, so thank you for, and I believe it was yesterday, if not early this morning, the applicant did respond to my comment directly to me and did show me what they're proposing. I'll let them get in more into that, but I believe it did satisfy our recommendation.
And I had one other question. You'd mentioned the equipment inside, like a shelf inside that you thought would become cluttered. Has there been any? Have you had any other thoughts on that, or what you?
I haven't discussed that. I think what we're asking for is just the reorientation so that the narrow side is fronting the sidewalk area, and so it doesn't broadside that window, get populated with, you know, whatever restaurant supplies they have and completely block out that view.
Okay. All right. Lindsay, did you have anything for staff?
Yeah, so I wanted to, if staff can discuss a little bit, as I recall, when they came for a preliminary recommendation, when they were before us in May, was it that the Pecky cypress was going to be behind the glass, like the glazing itself? That's what I understood. And so I'm just curious kind of how that evolved and how we got here, if you can speak to that to the extent you know.
Yeah, and I think when staff had originally, we went out to the site and talked, I was under the impression that it was going to be applied to the exterior. I believe the preliminary evaluations indicated that it appeared, at least in the plans they submitted for that evaluation, that the cypress was going to be installed on the inside of the building. So I think your recollection is absolutely correct. But again, reviewing both of them, I don't have a problem with the details they've shown, including the section of placing it on the exterior. I would be comfortable with either of those options. I think the important point to note is that we will be getting new windows. They will be more resilient to hurricane impact windows, so we're supportive.
And so maybe I missed that. Are there actually windows behind this Pecky cypress now? Okay, thanks. I think I missed that in the process, so I just wanted to understand that. That there are windows going to be installed and not just, you know, closing them in. Thanks.
Yeah. No, I can see it. You can see it in the section there in the thing. Okay. Would you like to present?
All right, you look like
Good
you're
morning.
signaling to me to begin. and
I was trying.
Okay, very good. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Paul Savage with law offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, Miami, Florida. I'm here representing the applicant this morning on item number 5 on this morning's agenda. Before I get into our presentation, which we have loaded up, I want to be sure and recognize and express my appreciation to the board. If you remember, as Debbie said, we were here in May on a non-binding preliminary evaluation. We've spent a lot of time and money to be sure and make sure that everyone in the community, with this board being the most important body, understands who we are, what we propose, and what we're doing at this site. So with that in mind, I'm not going to go into our whole corporate background, et cetera, as we did last time. We demonstrated that we have multiple locations all over the country and internationally, so that I'm going to get right into the design. Before I do that, however, I do want to also recognize our team members that are here today. Adam Corral is here to my right. He's a vice president of the H. Wood Group, which will be operating the Nice Guy restaurant proposed for this location. He was able to get a flight out from LA and dodge the hurricane and come out here with us. He's joined today by John Sofio, who is their principal architect and designer nationally and internationally on all their sites, who had a great deal of input on this design. And of course, we have Jose Gomez right behind me, who is our architect of record. And I know that you're familiar with his excellent work. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and go through some of the changes and some of the things that happened as between our preliminary evaluation in May, and today. You know where the location is, of course, there on Lincoln Road. the long frontage on Michigan. This is 2 blocks to the east of Alton Road there, fronting Lincoln. As Debbie mentioned, there's a 1924-25 original construction here. There is a slide of a 1934-35 modern treatment that came in with a 45-degree angle door after this original 90-degree angle configuration shown here. The existing condition has much to be desired, to put it politely. It's been there in excess of 5 years, as the staff report reflects. It's essentially boarded up and is in a not activating Lincoln Road and the business community as it should, to put it mildly. Here's another shot here. We're within the Flamingo Park Historic District, of course, along Lincoln Road. We are excited, as Debbie mentioned, to bring a new The Nice Guy location here with a full refurbishment of this building. As a distinction of some of the other applications I saw today, we are maintaining the building envelope. We're not, going up additional stories or anything like that. Debbie and her staff were closely monitored and insisted upon our show kitchen and down to the granular level of what equipment would be permissible there. We have an imported Italian pizza oven. We have imported Italian mixers and other equipment. We're going to make pasta. This is going to be a great, great addition. This is very exciting. And so we have committed to that. We've reassured Debbie and her staff that we will be bringing in those things to activate and give a visual point of interest to the passersby along Lincoln. We will have valet and loading operations along Michigan Avenue. Again, Adam, I introduced our team. These are some of the other locations. Again, we truncated this from our prior presentation, but I did want to reemphasize we've got a track record. We've got beautiful, sumptuous locations all over the world. This is the Delilah in Miami on Brickell. There's one in Vegas, Los Angeles. The Nice Guy itself is sort of a mid-century modern Mad Men or Rat Pack, if you will. One of the younger lawyers in my office said, "What's the Rat Pack?" And so we had to give a little history lesson on that. But I think we do have a piece of the wood that is we've discussed the cypress, which we're going to honor for the exterior. The interior is a cedar, actually. If you could just hold that up, just so that you can get a visual here. But that's actually a cedar wood that's critical to the design there in the one in Los Angeles. There's the bar here. Now into the nitty gritty of our changes and elevations. Again, we have our architect here if you have any technical questions. But just to briefly go over this, the top elevation along Michigan, you can see that we had individualized storefronts there with each one of them had its assigned door that went to the ground, of course, to have a door. We felt like since we're going to be one singular tenant and one restaurant and one operator, that really broke up the visual. And so you'll see the bottom elevation there with, we've taken out all those doors, put in a nice consistent knee wall that comes along the bottom and gives really a nice pleasing aesthetic along there. We do maintain 2 of the doors that we need. The one on the left-hand side of the page, which is the most northern end on Michigan, will be our host station. That's where the public will come in and out. And then the door in the middle will be a back of the house entrance or service entrance that our employees will be able to use. This is an existing condition looking to the south, looking along Michigan. You can see the deplorable what's left there of the facade and of the existing windows essentially boarded up here. And then this rendering in dramatic contrast shows a nice clean approach. We've actually, just to give a little more detail on the thinking behind these sconces and how this came to the exterior, etc., We went ahead with the cypress covering for the doors and the windows, and really in celebration of these brows of, or the top curvature of each of the windows, we brought in these sconces which will, without breaking or puncturing any of the existing elevation there or the existing wall. So we're gonna actually have those installed, and then they'll throw light up in celebration of the existing windows and keeping that shape going down the street, I think in a really nice way. And it's gonna match our signage and our decor there. This is Debbie mentioned the detail here, where, and by the way, this is removable as noted in the architectural drawings. It is removable when and if that time comes. We do have also an example of the wood lattice system that's here. Now this is cypress. It's not stained, so it's a little lighter, but it's a mock-up that we wanted to show you, and it will have these various depths of each of the lattice pieces. So we have that here if you'd like to look at it. Now for the site plan itself, I did want to say that because of our collective work with Debbie and her staff, we have the show kitchen up front, which is beautiful and activates Lincoln Road, but it kind of flipped the whole traditional design where you'd have the restaurant up front and the kitchen in the back. We have a kitchen in the front. So what you see in gray is the kitchen area and the quote back of the house, which is now in the front of the house in this unusual design. The glass will remain on Lincoln and importantly on Michigan on that corner. And then you have the entry, like I said, the host station is back towards the Michigan side. But we will maintain those windows. Those will have awnings with signage, and they'll all be matching. This is a picture of rendering rather, of the show kitchen. Again, Debbie was quite insistent this had to be a very refined space. We don't want a bottle of Dawn dishwashing detergent out here or anything like that. This is going to be dessert finishing, pasta, homemade pasta making, bread making, and pizza baking, which I think, I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting hungry watching this in advance of the delivery of your lunch. But more seriously, this will be quite curated and ready for primetime viewing, as would any, even if this was a retail show, more of a retail space and would have a window showing like that. So Debbie did, and of course we would want to anyway require if I could have through the chair just a few minutes.
Yeah, a couple minutes.
I'm coming around the horn, I promise, John. And so Debbie was insistent, or we would do anyway, also have a licensed professional engineering report. The building is not in good shape in any category, including structural. So the engineer is recommending, and we are going to have to come in with a steel beam system to ensure the rigidity and strength of the structure to maintain it. We will preserve the contributing structure. We will use the cypress and the cedar as discussed. We have broad support of all the other business members. We have the Business Improvement District will be here today testifying on our behalf. They put a letter of support into the record. We do have a successful operator. We're excited to get this implemented. Staff recommendation is highly supportive. I do want to go ahead and hand out, we came up at sort of the 11th hour with some renderings to address a couple of concerns. One of them is the existing door that's along Michigan. We will celebrate that door with a stucco reveal in the manner that Debbie's staff recommendation requested. And so we have that there. We're gonna have our signage there and keep that curve. And likewise on the corner, Dan Seraldo will be coming forward to testify on behalf of his committee who we met with and presented, and they had a concern about the corner door being discontinued. Our position on that is that we understand that concern. We believe that we've more than adequately mitigated this problem with the show kitchen, which does really activate Lincoln Road, all of the regulation on us for that. Together with sort of an homage, we are going to put in some a molding and a framing with our signage, as not to just leave a wall, okay, so that it would be somewhat grand there as you go around the corner. With that, I will conclude our presentation. Again, we have all of our design professionals here. I think I do have, I noticed this guy behind my left, Michael Larkin, you may have heard of him. He's available if you have any legal questions. But we're principally excited. We have our physical examples that you can touch. Our team is here. I'm here. So with that, we will conclude, and we will respectfully request a favorable action on a certificate of appropriateness from this board. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So now we go to board questions of the applicant. Are there any questions? Okay, Laura. And then I'll go down this road. Laura's going to go first.
Okay.
Laura.
It's just quick. The only question I have is when you just sent us this nice little thing, and it says a nice guy right there on the corner. There's going to be a lot of people that are like trying to figure out where the door is. You're going to maybe have a little arrow or something to tell them that your main entrance is way down the street.
My client is, let the record reflect that he's rigorously shaking his head in the affirmative. And so obviously we want that to be, you know, he says yes. I mean, I'm not in charge, but my 2 cents would be, we're absolutely happy to do it but we'll have to come up with something very creative that is part of the metal, you know, that gives it not just a red arrow or something, but yes, we'll do, which I know you're not suggesting. So yeah, we're happy to do that.
Great. Laura?
A couple of comments, if I may. I'm very well aware of how important the signage is, but as you're driving up, I guess this is what, Jefferson? What street is it?
Michigan.
Heading north, that you're going to see that blank wall. Have you entertained the idea of incorporating that corner with glass, maybe an etched glass with the name of the restaurant, just perhaps allowing more light, more exposure to the restaurant from that corner?
Are you suggesting, Haskell, a window or just a decorative glass that the sign is made of?
The signage into the window, yeah, perhaps. Just to allow, that corner to me looks very blank. It's a personal opinion.
Okay, so I
Did you
would
see it in
say
here?
that we
Haskell,
are.
did you see it here in the
I see it.
in the new rendering
Yeah.
with the new
I
molding
see
and
it,
stuff? It's up in the top. Yeah, there's a new rendering of that corner. It's a little more articulated than the one you're looking at. That's all.
Last page.
It's still not a window, but yeah.
I do, but I was just asking if you had considered that.
Well, we have considered everything from maintaining the full doors to potentially a window to potentially a walk-up pizza counter. Again, we're trying to balance the exclusivity of the high-end restaurant, et cetera. So we're happy to explore that and work with staff administratively if that's possible.
I'm not suggesting a walk-up window for pizza.
Okay.
That's not at all. I think the design, the addition of the restaurant to Lincoln Road is fantastic and a welcome addition. I was just curious about that blank wall with the signage there as cars are driving up Jefferson. It doesn't provide. Michigan, sorry. It could provide a view into the restaurant as you're driving up. It may be a distraction, but it could provide a view into the restaurant, more exposure. Just a thought and a question. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Laura.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and very excited. This is such a critical, intersection on Lincoln Road that's been abandoned for quite a while. You guys took such care with the design and the details. Did you guys look at there was a copper cupola that existed in the original plans, I know it's not existing anymore. Did you guys consider bringing that back? And if not, why?
Well, there are two iterations in the history, the 1925 era, which was more of a 90-degree boxy shape, and then the 1934-35 streamlined modern update at that time that brought the cupola. Now, there was a 2017 approval that Debbie alluded to that had multiple stories, and I brought forward that design. This design, we are staying within the envelope of the existing building. We're not bringing in additional floors and the income that might come from that. So we're trying to come in, do a full restoration of what's there. I saw the cupola. We do appreciate its beauty, but we are staying within the envelope of the building, not expanding it.
Brian?
Very elegant design. Just two minor questions. On the signage, did we talk about the materiality of that signage on the, well, I guess on the corner, but then also on the main entrance?
Well, that has been, we may have moved it around a little bit, but that has stayed consistent since May. That had a brass.
So it's the brass, okay.
Finish that would match the sconces.
Okay. And then secondly, at the door at the entrance, it appears that could you talk to us a little bit about what that is? Is it like an inlaid stone or something, or?
So this is, Brian, just to understand your question exactly.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at the entrance, the tile that is on Michigan, and then there appears to be maybe like a brass plate almost that's on the floor. So I was just curious what I'm looking at. Okay.
Please speak into the microphone.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so
you're
welcome.
Translate it if you'd
Yeah,
like
I think
to
it would just be
translate what people
helpful
say.
Understood.
for everybody to understand what you're going to do there.
If you'd like to if you'd like to come up and say something, you just have to do it on the mic. Maybe there's a floating mic.
And while he's getting to the mic, I can just point out, Brian, good eye with noticing that. If that's within the public right-of-way, that would be subject to Public Works review
Okay.
and approval. Yeah.
I mean, I like it. I just wanted to get a little more detail on exactly what you guys intended to do there. So.
Yeah, so we have that in our LA storefront as well as our other one in Dubai. It's really just an homage to how old school country clubs always had like a nameplate for the logo or the crest of the businesses there. That's just a nice moment for people. We've seen a lot of Instagram moments where people are taking photos of their feet with the Nice Guy logo on the floor there. Just a nice way for an entrance to look as opposed to just sidewalk.
Thank you. Lindsay, did you have a question for the applicant?
I did, and I think we started to talk about this, but then maybe we shifted off of it. The sign on the corner where the old door front is, where you've worked with MDPL, what's the materiality of that? Maybe I missed it, so. Is it like a, what is it?
My clients and their design team are reporting that it's brass. It's brass is what it's constructed out of. Yep.
And so is it like brass, I mean, it's kind of hard to tell from the rendering, but is it each letter an individual brass piece that's mounted, and then there's like a box around it? So it's, 4, 7, maybe D is 1, so that's 8, 9 pieces? Okay.
All right. I'll ask it. Did you have another question, Ray? Go for it. Turn your mic on, please.
Everybody's talking about this corner being so plain. All you have to do is put a couple of planters there, and that would make it look a lot better than just stark.
Okay. All right. I had a couple questions that are that just for clarification that I wasn't able to understand from the plans. If you could walk us, maybe put the plan up of the project and walk us from the east from the east corner of the building along the wall where all the where the windows are, which I think is a fantastic, obviously a fantastic move. Can you just tell me what each one of the things in plan that I'm looking at are? So starting with the starting with the easternmost window. Can you tell me what that piece of furniture is in front that's in the plan? Whoop, there you go. Up to the upper right. You can put your cursor on it. Yeah, just along the window. And it's just for clarification. What you're, it's.
That's fine. Sorry, just so I know, are you looking at?
Where where the cursor is right now.
Oh, got it, got you there. Of course. So this being the Lincoln Road
Yeah.
elevation window here, what
Right.
you're looking at, just along the window here are imported Italian wood pasta making stations.
Okay, so they're
throughout
kind of
the day and
tables.
night. Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
A lot like what you'll see at Osteria Fortunata, that's also on the street.
Okay.
Similar to that, just a bit.
Yep. All right, and keep going down. So then down, there's nothing right in front of the window. There's
here
just the
is
pizza.
Correct. There's nothing here because this is
Mhm.
a station for a pizza cook to be
Yeah.
able to actually throw wood and dough into the pizza oven.
Okay.
Which is two-sided. It opens up facing Lincoln Road. It as well opens up facing the production kitchen.
Yeah. Now, what are those? Just along the window. I don't need the whole layout
Yeah.
of the kitchen, but just what's that? Oh, is that another table?
Exactly, same idea, but instead
Okay.
of pasta, this will be for pastry and bread.
Okay, and then there's no windows there and no windows there. Then the next window is around the corner. There's a window into the chef's table, or
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
okay, yeah,
we're creative.
yeah. Okay, excellent. All right, so I think that does it for what's in front of the windows. They're mostly tables. Oh, it's okay.
So
All right.
that's us.
I had one more question, not about the interior layout. One was about the samples that you brought, because when we look at the renderings of the windows, it seems like the boards in the wood shift in width, but they're very closely spaced together. These seem like the boards shift in depth, and they're very widely spaced apart. How do I reconcile these two?
You're right, the boards would be closer together. When we did this mock-up, the carpenter didn't do it exactly the way we.
Got it.
So they're
Okay,
gonna be
perfect.
closer together.
All right. So it'll look more like the rendering. Yeah.
Yes, and will be stained a little darker. Again, we didn't have time to get the.
I get it. No, I totally get it. And they will the boards be all at the same depth, or will they be like they'll be slight will they as big, some sticking out like 4 inches and some sticking out like 1 inch? Is that okay?
And the widths will be the same width or different varying lifts?
Okay. All right. Those were all my questions. So now thank you very much. I think we have board disclosures if there are any. Oh, on the.
I did meet in person at site, and I noticed that they took in our recommendation the first time around of getting rid of those doors and running the knee plate all the way across and making it look, so you took that suggestion, and I appreciate that.
Okay.
I met with Mr. Savage previously.
Okay. Nothing.
I met with applicant.
Okay.
I had a meeting on site with the applicant.
Okay, and I did not. So now we are opening it to public hearing.
Sure. Anyone on Zoom, please raise your hand. Anyone in the audience, please come forward.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello, Annabelle.
Hello, Cher. Haven't seen you in a while.
Nice to see you.
Annabelle Yopes, Executive Director at the Lincoln Road Bid. First, I would like to make a note how the applicant has been already so open to meeting with the board and discussing the concept, and how excited we are to have a partner like this on the road. I think this is going to be a game changer for Lincoln Road. I think this will continue to elevate not just the restaurants, but what's going to come after they open as well. So as a board, I can tell you they're extremely supportive of this project, and we can't wait to have some pizza and pasta on the road with these gentlemen. So please note that we're completely behind this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, hi, Daniel Serraldo with Miami Design Preservation League. We are thankful for the applicant's proposal to bring back life to a historic structure that we all know has been neglected by its current owner for far too long. And this is happening all throughout Miami Beach, as we've seen in several of the projects today. We do overall like the proposal, but we did express concerns about removing the main corner entry feature of the L. Murray Dixon 1938 that is still there. And, I went, honestly, when I first saw the rendering on that corner, I actually thought, oh, this must be 41st Street. It screamed 41st. Whereas, they don't have design guidelines, they don't have preservation. You see these beautiful Art Deco buildings slowly being modified into sort of a brand new building. But this is not 41st, this is Lincoln Road, and it is L. Murray Dixon. It was disappointing to hear that this came from the staff who decided they thought the kitchen should be in the front, and so, the door is no longer important. But we haven't seen anything like this on Lincoln Road, where a building is so modified to meet the interests of a tenant. I will point, though, that this board approved something similar, a big modification of another Dixon that was supposed to be an Amazon, and everyone was so excited, and all the business folks were there, and we all know that they pulled out, and the building is still there in disrepair. So we just want to make sure that you all are focused on that. We're happy that the applicant is proposing some sort of a door figure, and maybe that is enough, but we did feel that this wasn't highlighted enough in the application, and we want to make sure we make that out in the public, that this is the main entry. If we start removing doors and letting any tenant put their huge billboard, I think we could start seeing that that could become a precedent. So we're looking forward to your guidance. We do think the etching goes somewhat of the way, but we'd like to hear some more discussion, especially in light of, I want to show the L. Murray Dixon, the ad from the Historic Resources report is very clear that there's a corner entry there. So looking forward to your discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Daniel.
On Zoom, I see Lyle Stern.
Good afternoon, Lyle. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you.
You have 3 minutes.
Lyle Stern, 690 Lincoln Road. I'll be brief. Annabelle has already spoken on behalf of the board, but I speak as a resident, a property owner on Lincoln Road, a business owner on Lincoln Road, and chair of the Lincoln Road bid, that we could not be more excited for the elevated level of attention that Lincoln Road is getting from quality, internationally known restaurants and brands. And we're thankful to Adam and the H-Wood Group for being willing to consider Lincoln Road and bringing a nice guy to Lincoln Road. We as a board obviously are fully supportive. I'm fully supportive as a resident. And I'm grateful to Debbie and staff for the great partnership in helping us help H-Wood to come to Lincoln Road. So thank you all.
Okay, thank you very much. And so now we'll close public comment as long as there's nobody else on Zoom. Assuming that's the case. Anybody else on Zoom? No.
No.
Okay. And we will move to board member comment. Would anybody like to start expressing their thoughts about? Okay, Brian.
I applaud this project. I think it's an inflection point for Lincoln Road. It's well past time that we have this kind of an establishment that is going to have such a prominent strategic positioning on Lincoln Road. I think that the design is very elegant. It's very well done. You guys were very thoughtful. I really appreciate that you came to the board last spring, I believe it was in May, to get our feedback. I think that the discussion that we had actually made this process a lot easier, for me at least. And the historical references that you've taken out, I think, are really important. And the solutions are unique in terms of, the cypress and the windows, the brass. I love that you put your own, panache onto it as well with this inlaid ceramic as well. On the question of the Lincoln Road frontage of the door, my feeling is that, look, yes, we are approving, this project subject to the applicant and to what the applicant does, and the applicant obviously has a particular brand, which isn't just a restaurant for the public, although the public can dine there, but also there is an element, I believe, from looking at their other venues and having attended some of them, with the element of privacy. And so I hear, some of the members of the public who are concerned about that specific corner, but I do think that they have preserved, if that property changes hands at some point, there's always a way that can be revisited, and I think actually in the plan here, it is still honored, and there's still an homage to it. Now, my only comment on that would be, I actually agree with Ray. I think you're right. I think there should be some sort of landscaping or planters in front of there. I know that's not my purview, but I'm sure you guys will figure that out and work with Public Works and whomever has jurisdiction over that exterior space that is directly in front, at that frontage. I think it is important that the pedestrian, when they're walking down Lincoln Road, you want to give them the feeling that there's something beyond there, down Michigan. And we don't quite get that feeling, if you're coming from the east or coming from the west. But I'm sure you can do that from a design point of view, perhaps with lighting, landscaping, and the rest. Thank you very much. I'm in support of this application.
Since I'm looking at this side, Lindsay, would you like to make a comment?
Sure. I will echo a lot of my fellow board members' comments here. I'm very heartened by the presentation and the effort and the work that has gone into making this a space that's going to draw not only patrons to the road, but also, hopefully draw other, synergistic type businesses to the road. I think that's very important. I could go either way as far as the door goes. I can understand and appreciate, Daniel's comments with regards to the door that was added in during the Elmery Dixon renovation. I do like the corner doors. However, from a perspective of opening up the show kitchen in the front, and I think there's something to be said and intriguing, honestly, about drawing the people off of the road, if you will, and down onto the side streets, down to the entrance there, down to the other retail establishments that are further down the road, or further down Michigan. So I like that. I agree, something, I know it's there, and maybe that's part of the draw of it, right, is to have it a little bit secretive, but, letting people know that there is something down that way that they might want to check out, I think is something that creates a presence there on the road, right? I think the show kitchen goes a long way towards that, but, those are just kind of my thoughts. I am supportive of this application. I think you guys have put a lot of work and effort into this. And I agree. You said it made it a lot easier for him. I don't know if it made it any easier for you guys to come before us for the preliminary discussion. But certainly I think, that's helpful, to kind of get an understanding of where the board's coming from in advance. So I'm in support of the application in general, and those are the end of my comments.
Great, thank you. And on this side, Ray, would you like to go?
I'm in support of this application. I think the side along the Michigan Avenue side, you know, the way you treated it, originally we talked about the windows and put the wood on the inside and whatnot. Putting it on the outside makes it look like shutters to somebody walking by, you know, which a lot of houses would have had and businesses. As far as the show kitchen goes, and the entrance, have you thought maybe you might want to put the door there? Maybe you might want to invite somebody from the street in to work in the show kitchen at some point in time. I mean, this is a whole new concept. You don't even necessarily know what you want to do with that. So to me, you know, to have a way to get into the show kitchen and out of the show kitchen, I mean, there's so many different things that you could do. And then all of a sudden you've livened that corner up, even if you choose not to have it open, you know, or whatever. But it's just a thought. I can go either way, but I do understand what Daniel said, and you know, I think that that's a good possibility. You can make everybody happy.
Thank you. Haskell?
Well, I want to applaud ownership for having the vision to bring this concept to Lincoln Road. I think it's going to be a tremendous asset for us. And kudos to the design team. I think you put a modern touch on a historic building, and I think it's very appealing. And I look forward to visiting your restaurant often. Thank you very much.
I'll just echo what most of my fellow board members said. Thank you so much for the investment in Lincoln Road. To see the streetscape come back to Lincoln Road and be vibrant is absolutely essential, and something so critical. So to weave that in with all the historic elements that you brought back to life is amazing. And I'm definitely supportive. I would love to see the corner door, if it's operable or not, brought back in some creative way. Just because, you know, in historic architecture, that chamfered corner was really one of the few design elements that they had. But if there was a way to maybe work with staff, I definitely do not want to hold up your approvals. But, you know, that would definitely make me happy at least. But thank you again, and very excited.
Okay, thank you. Lindsay, go ahead.
So, I mean, since this is board discussion and comment, you know, as I'm thinking about it, I would have liked to have the door there. However, if it's not going to be utilized, to me, right, and so that's kind of what I was thinking, right? I like the homage better than the actual door, because otherwise then it looks like it was an afterthought. Like they just decided to close off this door and not use it rather than an intentional design decision. Kind of to the point of like the knee walls, where you suggested close off those doors and extend the knee wall, because from a design perspective, you know, rather than we just enclosed a door and we're not using it anymore, you know, you extended the design. And so that's, I like the improvements that were made, and maybe there's more of a homage that could be done, I don't know. But as far as having a door, but that's not going to be used as an entrance.
But if it goes to the kitchen,
Here on the mic.
you know, like we talked about, that's.
I mean, I guess I can understand that. I guess my point is that if it's not going to be utilized, what that does is it, as someone's walking around, they go to that door, and then, oh, this isn't the door that I go into, and I've got to go. That's the struggle that I have with it, right? You know, if it were, I don't even know. I mean, I'm okay with what has been suggested, but if it were, let's say, a window, you know, that rather than a door, that's my point, is I don't really want a door that's not going to be utilized as the entrance, because it then just strikes me as an afterthought, a door that we just closed off that we're not using.
Okay, and I'll just mention that I think this is really an amazing amazing project to have on Lincoln Road. The corner of this building has been a contested space almost since it was built. It was only 7 years or so after the building, or maybe a decade after it was built, that this new corner came in. And I think, you know, when the nice guy is finished and the really super nice guy moves in, maybe they want to open that corner door and do something completely different. It's there, the wall is there. I think this is the best thing we can hope for with historic preservation, is that there's a possibility. in some cases, not in every case, but in some cases, that there's a possibility to bring a project back, maybe with a cupola, with a corner, with glass. It would be a different scenario. But in order to get this building moving and to keep Lincoln Road moving forward in such a positive direction, I really can't I can't commend you guys enough, and I'm really happy to see that what's happening around the windows are going to be tables, and it's not going to be shelving that's just got stuff stored on it, and I am wondering what's going to happen at the special table, chef's table, in terms of the windows. I imagine there'll be a special shade or curtain there at certain times when special guests are eating there. But in any event, I think I really think I can definitely live with this project, and I'm glad you articulated the kind of relationship between the samples that you brought in and what you're planning on doing. And I guess essentially encourage us moving forward with staff recommendations. But Lindsay, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm ready to make a motion if we're good. Okay. So I would make a motion to approve with staff recommendations, but also including Exhibit A and Exhibit B that were provided separately. I don't know if that's mentioned in the order or not. Okay. So approve the order per staff recommendations plus Exhibit A and B that were delivered to us today, which are the recessed homage to the door on the Michigan side, and then the more detailed homage to the door on the corner of Lincoln and Michigan.
I'll second that.
Okay, let me call the roll. Mr. Breslin?
Yes.
Mr. Meyer?
Yes.
Ms. Weinstein Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Ehrlich?
Yes.
Ms. Lovell?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Congratulations, thank you.
Thank you so much to the board for the last hearing, this hearing, and all the time that you spent with us. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair, the lunch was delivered. We have 2 more applications on the agenda. We also have a discussion item. So it's up to the board. Do you want to take a quick break? Do you want to eat through the remaining applications?
Okay, why don't we take 5 minutes and then we'll
Okay.
start right in.
Okay, so we'll take a 5-minute break.
Yeah.
Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for accommodating our lunch break. The next application on the agenda is HPB 240631. These are the citywide digital information kiosks.
As the board may recall, at the May meeting, the board reviewed and approved the installation of digital kiosks at several locations within the city's local historic districts. The applicant is requesting approval for the design of 5 additional kiosks, 4 to be installed along Lincoln Road and 1 to be installed at the intersection of Indian Creek Drive and 39th Street. The proposed kiosks are the same design as previously approved and are proposed to be finished in the neutral light gray color option. The kiosks along Lincoln Road are proposed to be set at an angle to increase pedestrian visibility, and these kiosks have been reviewed by the Lincoln Road bid and the James Cornerfield operations. Staff recommends approval of the application and is available for any questions.
All right. Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the board for staff related to this? Hearing none, then Mr. Larkin, nice to see you.
Yes, good to see you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board member, staff. Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here representing the applicant. Again, with me is Jabran Shir Mohammed from the applicant, and then Bill Lane and my colleague Emily Balter. We very much appreciated you all pushing us in this last year to come up with a superior design, and I can't be grateful enough to Bill Lane to listening to you all and implementing that good design. So we're here today to ask you all for approval for some more kiosks up and down Lincoln Road and then one upon Indian Creek. You know, you all have heard the different benefits of the kiosk, but I'll tell you something very real anecdote that happened the last 24 hours. I've been imploring my Aunt Ann in Lakeland to evacuate Lakeland with her son Greg and come down and stay with me because I think I have ample room to accommodate my relatives when necessary. And so I'm getting worried. I'm tracking Hurricane Milton. And I get up at 5 a.m. like I always do today. I go to CNN.com, and there's a very large picture of a street in downtown Tampa. And there happens to be a Ike Smart City kiosk right there with the hurricane messaging and hurricane evacuation routes and what to do and where Milton is. And I thought this is pretty amazing. So hopefully Aunt Ann will not be so stubborn and she'll join me tonight. We'll see. But at least that their kiosks are up and alive and they're doing what they said with public messaging in a very prominent street in downtown Tampa right now. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Jabran. He's going to walk you all through the different locations for these proposed kiosks. Thank you.
Hello, Chairman and members of the board. I'm Jabran Shir Mohammed with Ike Smart City. We'll try to move through this pretty quickly considering that y'all have seen this presentation several times and at this point I think understand the kiosk functionality pretty well. But as you might recall, it's an interactive touchscreen wayfinding device, helps people navigate the city and present a series of options for how you can discover what you want to do and how to navigate to that location, in addition to the public service messaging that Michael referenced here just a moment ago. We were selected in April 22 by the city, executed a contract in July 23. RFP was released in April 22. We were selected shortly thereafter and then executed a contract with the city. Since then, we've presented in front of the Historic Preservation Board for feedback several times. And today we're here before you for the last 5 sites. You approved 8 sites at your last meeting. We then went to the design review board to seek approval for 2 sites, which got us to 10 locations, and the contract is for an additional 5 locations, 15 in total. And so here we're presenting to you the last 5 locations. Of these 5, 4 are on Lincoln Road, and then the 5th location incorporates some feedback we received from this board regarding siting and is on the Seaport location at Indian Creek and 39th. We'll get into further details about those sites in just a moment, but first I want to pass the microphone over to Mr. Lane to discuss the design intent behind the kiosks.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for hearing us out on this. We came back with the proposed kiosk for Lincoln Road using, of course, the more neutral silver tone. And And also the fact that these were slightly rotated, I think, make them more sculptural. We wanted to stay within the kind of neutrality of the Lapidus kiosks and some of the future work that the James Comer Group is going to be adding to the road. So we just imagined it to be something that was more appropriate. I think some of the other Ike kiosks that you know of are usually black, they're monolithic. We think that this one, particularly the fact that it's unique, will be something special for Miami Beach. Of course, the form that you've already seen, we feel is responsive to the beach in terms of creativity, in terms of, again, uniqueness, something that is reflective of Miami Beach design generally. So,
Thank you very much.
And then once again, this is the design that Mr. Lane developed for us, and this is a rendering of the design, that the color that we're seeking for these locations. We work closely with James Corner Field Operations in order to make sure that the implementation of the program fits nicely with what's happening on Lincoln Road. This was, I think we circulated a letter of support from James Corner Field Operations to everybody on the board, and if you don't have that letter, we're happy to share it. But just to give you context on that letter, it's more than just reaching out to them, asking them for support, but we've had several meetings with JCFO over the last, call it 60 days, on and off, in order to make sure that we're collaborating closely and incorporating all their feedback into our siting. So with that, this is the 5 locations we're here seeking approval for. I'm going to try to move through these pretty quickly, but of course, happy to go back to any of these slides for questions. In evaluating all of these sites, we incorporated an assessment of pedestrian counts. So you'll see here that we also will have a pedestrian count. Each one of these locations has tens of thousands of pedestrians going by them on a regular basis, and we've put the count at each site. So the first site is at Lincoln Road and Pennsylvania Avenue. Mr. Lane referenced that the sites on Lincoln Road have a unique orientation. The Lincoln Road Business Improvement District actually recommended to us that in order to create some visual interest and to maximize pedestrian view shed and accessibility, they suggested instead of doing the traditional perpendicular orientation, we orient them at a 45-degree angle so that it kind of creates a new visual interest without changing the color scheme, which they wanted. They like this color, and I don't want to speak for them. They'll speak after I'm done. But they suggested an orientation that would help maximize pedestrian interactivity and then also create some visual interest up and down that promenade. So you can see that kind of 45-degree orientation here. Only the ones on Lincoln Road will have this unique orientation. Here's another view of the same kiosk, and then here's a plan view of it as well. This kiosk has 65,000 pedestrians going by it a month, and will be located on Lincoln Road in Pennsylvania. The next site is at Meridian and Lincoln Road. Here's a plan view of where it will go. An elevation of it. And then finally, a detailed plan view as well. This site has over 100,000 pedestrian visits a month. And we've vetted all of these sites for accessibility to power, wheelchair accessibility, clear path of travel, etc. The next location is at Lincoln and Jefferson. Here's an elevation. And please stop me if I'm moving too quickly or interrupt with questions. And then here's a detailed plan view. Nearest building is Victoria's Secret. This site has over 30,000 pedestrians a month. The next location is at Lenox and Lincoln. Here's an elevation. And then a detailed plan view. This site has over 58,000 pedestrians a month. And then finally, the last site, we were attempting to place this near the new seaport, and then also with some proximity to 41st Street as well, so that people were encouraged to go down 41st Street. There seems to be some confusion around.
You mentioned Seaport?
Yes.
Pedestrian walk.
Excuse me, boardwalk, pedestrian
Oh, okay,
boardwalk.
okay.
I'm
Got it.
sorry, I thought seaport was a term of art that was being used in the city. I'll use pedestrian
Maybe.
boardwalk. Excuse me.
Okay.
So the intention here is to be in close proximity to the pedestrian boardwalk to encourage people to go down 41st Street and also to use that pedestrian boardwalk as well, encourage activity there. Here's an elevation, and then here's the plan. And I'm gonna go into another detailed plan of it. There we go. Okay. That site currently has approximately 24,000 visitors a month. Okay, to briefly touch on content plan, I understand I have less than a minute left. We worked closely with MDPL to create like an Art Deco walking tour. Daniel had to leave, but will support virtually. We have MDPL support. May I, through the chair?
Yes, you need another minute, 2 minutes?
Yeah, a minute or two should be fine.
Okay, 2 minutes?
I'll be brief. And so just want to show you that through the iterative process over the course of this year, we met with you and the design review board. You know, we've learned how important it is to be collaborating with these organizations in the city. We worked very closely with MDPL to create this Art Deco walking tour so that people can learn about this tour, take it with them, and then explore kind of the Art Deco experience in the background of the city, the historical context of the design importance of the city as they kind of walk down the city. And then we're also working with the Wolfsonian to create poster applications to help people discover everything they have to offer. Here is the Jewish Museum of Florida at FIU. And we've worked with various community organizations just to give you a sense of everybody we've talked to and are actively collaborating with to make sure the content kind of reflects the spirit of the Miami Beach community. With that, I'm happy to address questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So now we are at the moment of board questions for the applicant. Does anybody have anything they'd like to say? Ray?
Just on Lincoln Road, you know, there's a master plan for Lincoln Road. And have you looked at that and made sure that what you're doing doesn't have to interfere with what they're doing?
Yes.
Okay.
Anybody else? Anybody on this end? All right, so now we have board disclosures. No? No? Okay. Moving right along, we get to public public hearing. And there's Annabelle.
Good afternoon again. Annabelle Yopes, Lincoln Road Business Improvement Executive Director. As the applicant stated, we have worked very closely with them probably over a year now, not just identifying locations, but how it was going to be installed. We work with James Corner as well, and also Public Works to understand where we are proposing these locations, if it impacts anything underneath as well. So I really wanted to let you know that we have been intimately involved with them on picking these locations. Currently, you have about 8 static directories on Lincoln Road. They're the old clear channel, they're very large, bulky, and many times they're literally in the right of way, like you literally are in the middle, you have to walk around them. So it was really important for us to identify these new locations that fits within the pedestrian right of way. And we're very pleased and we thank you very much for working with the applicant to make this design extra special for Lincoln Road. So I'm here today to tell you we're 100% supportive. We can't wait to get these going. We are working with the city on the Clear Channel, on the removal of theirs, because they're on month to month right now. The goal would be is that we would remove the old ones and install the 4 new digital. I don't believe we should have a hybrid approach on Lincoln Road. I think it's either all static or all digital. So For right now, as we move forward, when we have these produced and we're ready to install, we are going to remove the older versions of the directory. The reality is, once you print, it's outdated, you know, so the digital will help us keep it very current to what's there on Lincoln Road. Obviously have promotions and identify the events that we're going to have on Lincoln Road. So we're very excited to have these on Lincoln Road. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I see Daniel Seraldo on Zoom. Hi, Daniel.
Thank you very much. And just in time before my 1 o'clock meeting that I had to run to, but we just wanted to share that we had met with the applicant in the prior iterations along Ocean Drive, and we've been part of the process to help improve the design. We're thankful for their support and for placing an app for the walking tour and for their overall involvement in taking input from the stakeholders. One thing I did see today regarding hurricanes is a lot of these are being used for hurricane information. And just want to make sure that there's some backup power as well, since this is an increasingly climate impacted city. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. Ms. Chair, I see no other members wishing to comment.
Okay, then we now, do we do disclosures? We did, nobody had any, so now we just, board member comment. Would anybody like to open the comment?
Just out of curiosity, we've already approved some locations. When is the first one actually going to be installed?
So because the design is custom for the beach, we've been waiting for this meeting to hit go on fabrication. So ideally, we'd like to be installed with several of these by June of next year. But it's a matter of whether our fabricator is able to deliver at the pace we'd like to see after this meeting. Thank you.
Any board member comment on the application? No? I'll just jump in to say that I think that, you know, the confluence of community engagement, board engagement, civic engagement with these kiosks has been exemplary, and that it's not that I am particularly enamored of these kiosks, but personally, I drive by them in my office in Wynwood. But I do think that this process has been exemplary, and I would support a motion if anybody wanted to, as per staff recommendations. What's that? I know, sorry. And if nobody wants to do a motion, we can continue our discussion.
I'll make a motion to approve as staff's conditions are.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, let me call the roll. Ms. Weinstein Berman?
Yes.
Ms. Lovell?
Yes.
Mr. Ehrlich?
Yes.
Mr. Breslin?
Yes.
Mr. Meyer?
Yes.
And Mr. Chair?
Yes. Thank you.
Great. Thank you all very much for your time.
Thank
you very much.
Bye-bye.
Be safe. Good luck.
Okay. You sent me some. I have. Okay, our next application is HPB 240633. This is Ocean Terrace Park. Ocean Terrace between 73rd Street and 75th Street, including portions of 73rd, 74th, and 75th Streets. Again, this is the applicant is requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the installation of an artistic sculpture within the park. So if some of you have been up there, you'll note that the park is well under construction. It's a very exciting project. And I know, you know, Jake and I have spoken with a lot of business owners in the neighborhood who are also enthusiastically supportive of this park coming to completion. And we think it will be an exceptional asset for our residents and our visitors. So we've outlined a bit of history. The applicant actually, it was about a year ago, did go through, as part of their agreement with the city, they did go through a process where they went to the Art and Public Places Committee regarding this art piece, which is part of their requirement as with the contract that they have with the city for constructing the park. So the Art and Public Places Committee did review, I think on 2 occasions, and did not have any objection to the piece of artwork shown, which is by renowned artist Prune Nori. It is to be located within the previously approved central water feature of the park. It will be a cellular concrete with applied coating to give the appearance of stone. Staff is supportive of the proposed artwork. We think the location is appropriate. And we are recommending approval subject to certain maintenance plan being reviewed and approved by the city. The city there has some experience with art and public places maintenance because we have a pretty exceptional, vast collection. However, this facility will be maintained by the city's Parks Department. And so we are just including in our recommendation that prior to the issuance of a building permit for this, that the Parks Department review and approve of the maintenance schedule and program.
All right, thank you, Debbie. Are there any questions for Debbie about staff's report on this? No? Then seeing none, please take it away.
Well, good afternoon. Christopher Machado from Ackerman LLP, 98 Southeast 7th Street, Suite 1100 in Miami, Florida. I'm here on behalf of OTH Streetscape LLC. That's an affiliate of Ocean Terrace Holdings. Ocean Terrace Holdings is a developer of the Ocean Terrace project and also of this park. We're the co-applicant with the city on this one because the artwork will be installed within city-owned property. So the city is supportive in that respect. I'm joined today by Jared Green from Ocean Terrace Holdings. He's on by Zoom, and by Clarence Johnson, who's here in person with us. I'd like to give you some background. I think Debbie touched on the highlights of the project. I won't go into depth on the development agreement and what has happened since then. I'll just say that we're very happy to provide comment on this application, which is for the installation of a sculpture designed by Prune Nori. Prune Nori is originally from France, and she designed sculptures all over the world, primarily working with clay and also with Mexican themes in certain occasions, as you'll see when I go through the presentation. Her body of work focuses on the intersection of the body and healing, and also other themes, including the interdependence of living things. Here we have for you on the screen, if you could share that slide. This is an artwork by Prune Nori in Aix-en-Provence, in the south of France, just north of Marseille. It is called Mother Earth. It is supposed to symbolize the womb of Mother Earth, but it's also sort of an ode to how Earth matters. It's an ode to sustainability and to how humans interact with their environment. Here we have additional artworks that serve as background inspiration for our sculpture. These are based in Brussels and in New York City. And you'll see the themes of human faces and working with clay and similar materials. And here on slide 4, we have additional works located in France at the top and in Mexico on the bottom. One of the themes that she has used in her works is the idea of a temazcal, which is a Mexican sweat lodge to symbolize sort of repentance and cleansing. And she works also with those materials in most of her works. So the inspiration for this particular piece of art is Nellie Locust. She was a very important woman in our history in the city of Miami and the region as a whole. She worked with the United States Coast Guard's Women's Reserve, commonly known as SPARS. SPARS comes from the Coast Guard motto, Semper Paratus, always ready. This was during World War II. She served to gather intelligence and to inform the intelligence sector of the Coast Guard as to persons who were looking to enter into our ports. And this was a very important role for women at the time in the home front during the war because it provided opportunities to gain skills and enter the workforce thereafter. And so Nellie's countenance is the inspiration for the sculpture. As to the location of the sculpture, it's located, it will be located in the heart of the park, within the central water feature. And you see on this, the right-hand side of these slides, how there is a bench across from the sculpture on the walkway that will allow someone to see what it means when we say reflection. Because the sculpture itself, as you saw previously, is really half of the face, which lies above the water. The reflection completes the image, and that hence its name. So this is a view looking just off of that bench. You can see someone sitting on the bench, and you see the sculpture, how it's presented. The captions on this screen might be blocking some of the view, but here I think you can see it well. The reflection in the water body completes the image, and above the side of her face, you see a plant feature which over time will grow and will incorporate itself into the sculpture itself. It's supposed to symbolize somewhat of her hair, and so it's sort of an homage to how the sculpture works into the environment and how they work together. This is a different view, mostly of the same area, and you can get a better perspective of how it'll look like sitting on that bench. Here's an image of the location. It's shielded from view in part by the foliage, but once you turn the corner, you're pleasantly surprised by this piece of art. You wouldn't see it otherwise, and when you come to it, you'll then see the water body, the sculpture itself, and its reflection. So unless there are any questions, we're very happy to receive a favorable recommendation from staff. We've been to the Art and Public Places Committee. They've recommended favorably. We will be going to the City Commission for approval, subject to development agreement, simple consent approval of how we would pay for this. There's a 2% payment in the development agreement that we are exceeding, where our client is paying more than the requirement to make sure this project is an integrated whole and is a success. When it comes to maintenance, it'll be maintained over the course of years. There are specifications by the artist in the documents and design documents, and it's also something the city is obligated to maintain as part of the development agreement. That's the agreement. They would maintain it, we would build it. That's how we're working together on this joint project. So.
Okay, thank you very much. Board members, are there any questions for the applicant? Right.
In terms of the maintenance, because I'm on the board of an art museum here, and we have there are always challenges, I would say, with the outdoor sculptures and whatnot. Have you guys gotten assurances in terms of how this sculpture will be affected by the elements here in Miami? And has the artist?
Yes.
Have you had conversations about that? Do you have specific specs on what kinds of materials, paint, any kind of thing that has to, a maintenance schedule that has to be addressed? Because
Right.
there are a lot of issues in the city with art. I'm not trying to, this is a beautiful piece of art. I really love it. I love the artist's work, but I just want to make sure that if we get something here, in 5 years, we're not going to wake up and it's going to be peeling.
Right. Well, there will be a formal maintenance schedule in the commission agreement that's part of this project. What we know from the artist is that the material is hydrophobic. It repels water, and it was done intentionally. It's an autoclaved aerated concrete. It's known in Europe as cellular concrete, so it's 80% air. And then the covering, the rest of the material is formed based on sand, cement, and lime. And it's a material that is supposed to be water resistant, and it's also easy to maintain according to the artist. We have a preliminary schedule of maintenance, which will include, and I can go over that with you, once a year be cleaned with brushes, every 5 years cleaned with water jets, and there'll be routine landscape maintenance of the park to monitor the plantings around the sculpture. Should a block coating be damaged, coating material is available locally for repairs, and should the block need to be replaced, the artist can 3D print it with a replacement block. So that's been considered.
Okay, I guess just the area that I'm the most interested in is where, because obviously with the artists, it's, as you know, the piece of art itself is the proprietary, asset, I guess you could say. And so they often specify what you use to clean, what types of brushes, what types of, additional.
Sure.
Maintenance. So I just want to make sure that the flexibility is indeed with the city, or that there has been some accommodation so that the city is able to, in a cost-effective manner, maintain this piece of art.
Yes, and we have.
As an example, there are some artists that will say that a certain kind of blue, you know, even if it's the same color blue, is not the paint that has to be used, and it's actually a paint that they create and that they maintain, and then you have to go back to them after every year. So I just want to get a little more specificity there. It's the concrete, you know, and the materiality sounds encouraging, but again, just making sure that the onus, that the responsibility lies with the city, not with an artist who perhaps, even though she is incredibly, you know, an incredibly talented person, does not quite understand the particulars of South Florida environment.
No, the point is well taken. I remember negotiating a development agreement with the city for the project itself in the park. The city administration made a point about not having Petra Portuguesa because that had been a concern on Lincoln Road, the Portuguese stone, and so we avoided any of that. And so we've been working with the city administration on all those elements and touch points, and it will be addressed to the city's satisfaction in the commission agreement to which the city is a party, as Nick can tell you. And if there are any concerns from the city's end on those aspects, they can be fleshed out in detail. But for now, we can share this slide that I have in front of me, which provides information that was shared to the AIPP committee on maintenance standards that are applicable as a generic summary of what will be done. But the specifics and the particulars can be addressed in that agreement with the city.
And that's correct. We are negotiating a standalone a commission and maintenance agreement with the developer for this work.
Lindsay?
So on page 23 of of the document that you were just showing, that was page 28. It talks about, page 24. Talks about the blocks apparent in the back ahead model of architecture destroyed by time, and this part of the sculpture can be vegetated. Can you talk a little bit about that? Help me understand that a little bit more.
Sure. So the idea is that the tree will grow out of its planting, and it will cover the back of the sculpture and some of the side of the sculpture to give an image of the Nellie's hair, per se, right? And so that'll be, over time, it'll grow, it'll be pruned, it'll be trimmed, but it will fill out the rest of the sculpture side and back. And the stones, as you can see, they're rendered in a cellulite concrete blocks, which are supposed to give an idea of disintegration over time. So it's supposed to work in context with and in concert with the foliage that comes into the tree, into the sculpture. That's the idea. And I think if you go back to some of the renderings from the prior artworks of Prunori, you'll see that some of them are rustic. They're intentionally rustic. That's one of her concepts, in particular in the more Mesoamerican themes.
Lindsay, does that take care of you?
That's it.
Okay. Anybody else? I had a question. What was most interesting to me was the story behind this piece, and I was looking in the plans and I was looking in the order and couldn't find where we've established that somebody visiting this will understand that it's about, it's about what the woman's name who is in Spars, so is about Nellie Locust and what her role was and what the role of women were in that period. So where will that be located?
Well, I'm not sure if it's planned at the moment, but it seems appropriate for some sort of plaque commemorating the
Something
history of it. Yeah,
that would help people to understand what they're seeing and why she, because it looks, it looked a little more generic than the image of Nellie, who was, a very specific and vibrant looking person. Did you want to say something? No? Okay. So if we don't have any more questions, then I think we go on to board disclosures. No board disclosures? All right, then we open it to public hearing.
Anyone on Zoom, please raise your hand. Mr. Chair, I see no members of the public wishing to comment.
Okay. Well, then, then if there's no further comment, then would anybody like to either discuss this further, make a motion?
When I first looked at this, I thought it should be at the Holocaust Memorial, just because with the stone and the way it looked. Anyway, I see no reason not to accept this the way it is, and I'll make the motion to approve it.
Is there any more discussion or a second?
Can we include a condition for signage explaining that we just discussed? That's what I mean, yeah, that's
what
signage
Lindsay was
plaque,
saying.
sorry.
Yeah.
Ray, do you accept that amendment to
I didn't
include
hear
a
the
plaque
amendment.
A plaque
describing?
or signage?
Or some type of signage. I hate using the word plaque because,
That's
I mean,
fair.
you know, a lot of the plaques that are being littered around the city by other actors in the government, I think should not be copied and modeled. So with the staff, you know, obviously with the staff's design expertise, they will come up with
Yeah,
something,
and
not one of those like plaques that are in Collins Park.
AIPP has beautiful plaques. I think there's, Lisette Aragante is here. They're stainless steel, in-ground, beautiful, elegant, simple. So we could certainly work with the developer to have something introduced. Lisette, would you like to address the board?
Good afternoon, Lisa Arrogante, Director of Tourism and Culture for City of Miami Beach. Thank you, Debbie. I just want to confirm that the language that's going to be is regarding the growth, right? To explain what the tree element is in the sculpture.
And I'd like to also add that if we have anything there, that we include something about the inspiration as an Ackerman letter in terms of who the sculpture is based on in her life.
And
Is
the,
that
and the
acceptable
story about the
to you?
war, I thought.
Yeah,
I thought
the
that
war.
That could be done with a QR
All of that, yeah. Her
It's
life.
also to manage residents or visitors' expectations and not, you know, it's meant to be overgrown, not that the city
Oh,
is
yeah.
upkeeping the maintenance. So I think that's important to have that language on the plaque, if that's something that the board would entertain.
Well, that's a good idea, yeah.
So
Yeah, almost to set the expectations from the beginning when the mangroves haven't grown in or whatnot, so people are aware that the eventual evolution will be quite more.
Absolutely.
I think that's a really good point. So we can include a condition that some type of signage with descriptive language regarding the intent behind the sculpture and the story of the development of the sculpture.
Yeah, sounds great.
Including the
Thank you.
landscape.
All right.
Thank you, Lisette.
So we have a motion with an accepted friendly amendment and a second. Do we?
I'll second it.
Okay, let me call the roll. Ms. Lovell?
Yes.
Ms. Weinstein Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Meyer?
Yes.
Mr. Ehrlich?
Yes.
Mr. Breslin?
Yeah.
Mr. Stewart?
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, board members, that finalizes our regular agenda for applications. We do have one discussion item regarding the structure, and we had passed out a photograph of the structure located at 1436 Pennsylvania Avenue. This is a contributing building designed by L. Murray Dixon. It was originally constructed as a single-family home. It is currently part of the Fisher-Feinberg collection of properties owned by the Miami-Dade County School Board. So this structure is kind of the theme of today's meeting, has been vacant for quite some time. You know, over the past, I would say 15 years, staff has had some conversations with the school board about potentially an adaptive reuse. There have been other types of very initial discussions about a public-private partnership for this site. But fast forward to October 1st, we were notified, were given formal notice by the Miami-Dade County Public Schools of capital improvement projects that their intent is to fully demolish the building They believe the demolition is scheduled, it will be scheduled to start on October 14th. So that's very quickly. I don't know if it will start on that particular date, so I don't want to misrepresent, but according to their notice, that is when they intend to demolish the building. They have provided staff with some very basic structural analysis. They do believe the building is in extreme state of disrepair and cannot structurally be saved. They have their own permitting. According to the state law, the Miami-Dade County School Board is exempt from local permitting agencies. So they have their own building official and their own building permit process. So they're not required to come to the city to obtain any building permit or demolition permit. So I want to thank them for notifying us that they have issued themselves a demolition permit. Section 2.13.1D2 of the city code does require that the Historic Preservation Board be given notice, which is why I placed this on the agenda. I'm sorry, it was kind of a last minute introduction to the agenda, but I did want to notify all of you that the demolition of the structure does appear to be imminent. During our conversations, and Nick was involved in these meetings as well with the county school board, we did advise them that while they may be exempt from our building permit processes, it is our position that they are not exempt from our historic preservation regulations. And that would include the after-the-fact certificate of appropriateness requirements for demolition. That would also include that any new construction come before this board for their review and approval.
Did you get any response to that statement of belief?
Verbally, we did. They didn't seem to object to that verbally.
I think the school board understood our position. Our position is consistent with Florida law, that school board property is subject to local comprehensive plans and land development regulations, and our historic preservation ordinance is in the LDRs. Our comp plan also provides for historic preservation. The position we're taking is consistent with the position we've taken in the past. It's consistent with the position that the city of Coral Gables has taken with regard to historic property. But that said, we've not received a written response, as to the LDRs and comp plan.
Go ahead.
So I'm just trying to understand, they can issue themselves a permit for demolition, but still have to come to us for an after the fact? That's our position is that, but that they can't, it seems kind of disjointed.
Well, our understanding, remember there's an exception in our historic preservation ordinance to the requirement of prior HPB review of any demolition. There's an exception when demolition is ordered on an emergency basis. That doesn't absolve the school board from the requirement to file an after-the-fact application or from seeking approval for whatever is going to take the building's place. So our understanding, based on our discussions with them, is that the building is in a state, as Debbie put it, of extreme disrepair. So we have requested confirmation that this is in fact on an emergency basis.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. I mean, because if it's an unsafe structures, outside of the school district context, if it's an unsafe structure and there's an emergency order for demolition, that's one thing. And so it's at least being portrayed to us as, from the school board's perspective, it is quote unquote an emergency, and we're waiting for confirmation on that. Is that what I understand?
Yes.
It would be the equivalent of an unsafe structures order, but from the school board's own building department. Okay.
That's right.
This looks like it was a single-family home, and I'd like to know, how did the school board get ownership of this property?
I mean, that's a good question. I don't know. This building is part of a larger parcel that has school facilities on it. I don't know how they acquired it or when they acquired it.
I bet you if you look, it's got a much, if you look at the original drawing when this was built, it has a regular lot size and it was maybe attached to something else or whatever. Because there's, you know, there's other homes along that area. I've seen this building, you know, many times and riding my bike by. And I always wondered, how could this just be sitting here and nothing happening to it?
Has anyone from the City of Miami Beach Building Department review the structural integrity of this building to this point?
Not that I'm aware of, and I think we would need school board's permission to be able to do that.
I see.
Yeah.
So bringing this discussion up to us, is there anything you need from us to help, either defensively to kind of make sure we know as much about this building before it is potentially destroyed, if that's really what happens? So for example, surveying it, doing the drawings, kind of looking at some of the history of it, so we have a record of it. Can we help with that, or is there on the more, maybe progressive side of things, trying to find a way to stall this so that maybe there's a third alternative that would be some kind of sharing of the space for other uses, or I don't know. I'm just kind of grabbing at straws here.
Yeah, I mean, I think those, in terms of this board's authority, you are a recommending body, and I think it would be perfectly appropriate for the city to transmit any recommendations that this board may have to the school board. Whether or not those recommendations are enforceable is something, we would probably have to consider more. But it's something the board has done in the past with private property. Is when a demolition order has been issued, then the code actually requires you to be notified and then to make recommendations to the property owner as to any mitigating work that could be done, including perhaps documentation, including urging them to, get a second opinion in terms of the structure, et cetera.
Yeah, how do we know this building is ready to fall down other than them telling us that? It doesn't look it to me. I don't see big cracks on the side of the building or anything. It seems to me like, if somebody wanted to, they could go in and restore that building. That's my opinion. And they're telling us, oh no, it's ready to fall down and we have to tear it down, and we'll tear it down by the 14th of October. I find that unacceptable.
I can just give you some anecdotal firsthand information as well. I'm not a structural engineer. I do not have any ability to analyze whether a building is going to collapse or not. But from my experience I actually went into that building probably 12 years ago. And there were some, from my observations, from my lay person observations, some serious concerns. There's actually a tree that's growing into the building, and it has kind of lifted the building in certain places. And I did witness significant cracks. Whether those are structural cracks, I don't know. But from my personal observations, I think the building has long had some serious structural deficiencies. Certainly that's what it appears to be. They have been trying to keep the building secure. I know that there have been issues with people who live in the neighborhood. They have received a lot of correspondence from residents who live in the neighborhood complaining about people breaking in to the building, unsafe, unclean conditions throughout the property. And so I am aware that they've been trying to keep the building boarded up and fenced. But that's kind of an ongoing problem with certain people who live in close proximity. I don't have a lot more information.
Do you know how long they've owned that building?
At least 15 years. I mean, since I've been here. So probably more than that.
Well, go ahead. I don't know, what
Well,
would be
you
most
can
beneficial?
I mean, your power lies with only making recommendations
Right,
at this
right.
point. And we are certainly happy to transmit any recommendations to the school board.
So we can make a list of recommendations. One, we'd like to see a second opinion. I'm just throwing them out there, not as their final ones, but, we'd like to see, thorough survey, like a HABs level documentation of the existing building so that, with details and, because it seems like it has some very nice details in terms of how the windows and doors are inset. There's some corner coin kind of details. And it looks like there might be a fireplace, maybe not. But anyway, and then I guess other things that we could ask for.
So I don't know, you mentioned some HABs level detail, what did you say?
I was thinking of the level of details that we were asking of one of the applicants today to provide of the building that instead of moving, they were going to tear down, so that we can really understand how the pieces come together.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking along the lines of, I know Dade Heritage Trust had a presentation a while back about like 3D documentation, done, of structures that can't be preserved. I don't know enough, I mean, I think kind of part of what is missing is I don't know, other than like the design elements, what's the history behind this structure? Like what was it? How did it get incorporated? Those pieces are kind of missing. So I'd like to at least document that history, whatever that is, to the extent that it exists or is important. And then, the after the fact conditions, remind me again, 'cause I know we have one that we just did not too long ago. The Ivor Rose estate, that was an after the fact. I can't remember. Have they come back to us for the after the fact? No,
In
not on Road, in Palmview on Dade Waterway. But the condition, the after the fact, in order to get an after the fact demolition permit, what are the conditions associated with that? What are the requirements, I guess, normally?
So
Under normal
our,
circumstances.
our after the fact, provisions for demolition, have two presumptions. The first presumption is that if the project or if the demolished building satisfies the Secretary of Interior standards for reconstruction, then the presumption is this board would require the historic building to be reconstructed. That may be rebutted if the applicant does not believe that it satisfies those criteria. Those criteria are things like, is there available historical documentation to allow for an accurate reconstruction? Is the building one of the last of its kind? Is it important to reconstruct the building for the education of the public? So there are certain criteria that you have to meet for reconstruction to be a recommended treatment for historic properties. So that would be the first step for the applicant. The second presumption would be, okay, if they've rebutted that and the board is not convinced that this is a good candidate for reconstruction, the second presumption is that any new building shall not exceed the existing height and square footage of the previously existing building. So that if we get to the second presumption, you could approve a new building, but that new building could be no larger than the previously existing building. The applicant also has the ability to rebut that. There are maybe 4 criteria that allow some flexibility for the applicant to rebut that to the board. If the board agrees that the size of the building should not be limited, then the board can approve up to the maximum allowable within the zoning district.
Can the board direct the applicant in this particular case to provide us with some sort of report that provides us with some of the research that you mentioned, some of the historical underpinnings that we are not aware of, given that they have their own, you know, quasi-judicial, you know, body or whatever, that because we're not within kind of the normal order of business here, we have to receive some sort of report from them so that we can take a look at, you know, what that basic context is that we would normally have if it had gone through like regular order, let's say. Does that make sense?
That makes sense, and we can certainly request that for information to be delivered to the board.
Yeah, go ahead.
So,
I was just looking it up.
I don't know if this is speaking out of turn, but I'd kind of like to go on record that I'm kind of disappointed, honestly, that the school board, one, would allow this to get to this level and not make any sort of I mean, you know, Fisher Feinberg, I was just there 3 weeks ago. You know, it's one of our most underserved, you know, it serves one of our most underserved populations. And, you know, they're making grand efforts on restoring the courtyard and making it, you know, a place where the children can come and learn and be interactive, and to allow this structure that belongs to the school board, you know, to just kind of deteriorate. I'm a little bit disappointed that, and I hadn't given it a whole lot of thought, because there's also a structure right behind it that was maybe JCS, I can't remember, Jewish Community Services possibly, right behind it, west of it. Nick, I don't know. Everyone's looking at you.
There was discussion about that a few years ago. I don't remember when that went.
And I mean, this is, you know, obviously I think we all know, but like the school backs up to Espanola Way, right? So I mean, it's all right there in this this district that we've seen so much revitalization and restoration in. It's just disappointing to see this. And you know, as I think about it, I don't know that, I feel like the structure has been vacant and unused probably the entire time I've lived here. And, you know, I thought maybe that was just a decision of the school board not to utilize it, but to allow it to then just fall into disrepair. I want to be clear. I understand that state law, they have their own requirements, but for them to just let it sit there and deteriorate to the point that it needs to be demolished, and then let us know, you know, 13 days in advance, is disappointing. The communication could have been better. That's kind of my point.
It's my opinion that over the last 15 years, they've had no intention of spending the money to renovate it. And now that it's to the point where it needs to be torn down, they'll tear it down. And my guess is they'll build nothing on that lot. That lot will just become a grassed area for the school. Maybe they'll put a volleyball court or something there. My opinion is they're not planning to build anything.
Yeah, and that's what they have advised us, that they have no imminent plans for that site.
And I will bet you anything somebody left it to them. Somebody died and left it to the school district, and then they're like, oh, what are we going to do with this? That's just my opinion.
Well, I think a little bit of property search, which isn't easy on the county site. I think it needs a little bit more local. I think we could probably find stuff here, like possibly a building card for it. I think, you know, it's very close to the August Geiger gymnasium. It's part of a cluster of construction around that time, just at the beginning of World War II. I think it would be really important, I mean, to understand more about it and to photo document it and to do all that stuff, if we can.
I apologize.
It's okay.
I'm being distracted.
I'm sure, I know.
I just got a message.
Sitting next to Lindsay has that
I got a message. There was an LTC this morning regarding the demo, and I thought we had a copy, so I wanted to look at it.
That is correct, and that actually went out before after I printed everything, so we did not have that. That doesn't really have a lot more information than what I've given you.
I bet we could find more. I mean, not that this is going to solve the problem of this building imminently being torn down, but I think while it's up, we need to take all advantage that we can of understanding its what it is, and maybe the most they can do is give permission to yes, of FIU students to go in and do some surveying, but. No, but anybody to go in. I would argue that a professional firm would be probably, you know, the most would well, I don't know, but I think we could propose it. Maybe the commission would allow it. It's not going to be a huge expense to survey, but it's part of our heritage that you know, that particularly concerns this board, and I think the city, and it's in a core area of building, of historic building for the city. It's not just like a lone shark out there.
I would agree with you, but it's going to be torn down in less than a week.
I know.
I don't see how we're going to get anything done before they
I know,
tear
it's
that
a
down.
tough week too. So that's what that would be my recommendation.
You know, maybe that's I mean, they've given us this date, but as we all know in construction, dates change and project timelines shift. So, I mean, perhaps that's some discussion that could be had immediately about, you know, we understand that, you know, they have the right, you know, to do this, but could they hold off pending some, you know, a thing or, you know, one or two of these things? I mean, if as I recall, it's been sitting vacant, fenced off, not used for, you know, the 9 or almost 10 years I've lived here, 1 week, 2 weeks, you know, what's that going to hurt? And is there flexibility? Would they be flexible to that? That would be my
I don't know what their response is going to be, but you can absolutely make a recommendation to the school board that the demolition be delayed in order to give additional time for documentation to be made, for the detailed documentation to be performed on the building.
But didn't you say we have no say over what they do with their property?
No.
No.
The school board is subject to our comp plan and land development regulations, and that includes our historic preservation ordinance. What they are exempt from is our review of building permits. So you know, our building official can't require a permit.
So in
for
other
it.
words, they could tear that down, and because they don't have to get a building permit from us, they could build whatever they want there? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
they're still bound by our land development regulations.
Okay.
So, and Nick, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, the way that I'm looking at this is it's as if Unsafe Structures has ordered them to demolish the building. We don't have a way to stop that, right? They are their own, if you will, Unsafe Structures Board, right? And so they've said it needs to be demolished. It's an imminent threat or emergency question, right? And therefore we're going to demolish it. But still, in order to, we have to then, they have to come to us for the after the fact certificate of demolition, as anybody would. And then those conditions that Debbie was just talking about whether or not there's a presumption that it has to be rebuilt, but it can be rebutted, so on and so forth. That would be the next step.
If they decide to do anything, yes.
When they have to come to us for as a condition of the after the fact, there is a rebuttable presumption that the building has to be reconstructed. Period.
That's right.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, they could rebut that presumption, and Debbie went through that, but there's a rebuttable presumption that it has to be reconstructed.
Okay.
Yeah, and maybe part of the language that can be used would emphasize that, you know, that we consider the buildings, the historic buildings in historic districts to be, you know, not only drivers, economic drivers, but also educational drivers and environmental drivers, that not tearing something down and putting it in a landfill and showing the next generation that that we're reusing and recycling and adapting rather than throwing away is a means towards sustainability.
Thank you so much for saying that more eloquently than I ever could have. No, but I was thinking the same thing, that this is an educational opportunity for, I mean, for these kids. And I think further to this, grander than the discussion that we're having right now, which is specific to this building, would be, this is news to me. I didn't know that Miami-Dade County Public Schools could, issue a permit for demolition based on their own criteria. I'm sure they have, right? But, that they could do that outside of this. And that makes me think of the beautiful structure that is the school, right? And, I was there the other day, literally, and I've been in and around the grounds, but it was the first time where I was inside with the kids, with the administration, and it is such a beautiful place and such a beautiful structure, and it's so unique. And it hasn't lost that uniqueness. It's not just, the brand new building that's built in the suburbs that's like state of the art, but they've taken this existing historic structure and made it a great place for these kids to learn. And I don't want to lose that. And while I don't think that would happen in an active school that's like being used, and I don't expect that I would love to have further discussion. I mean, maybe we can invite them to come for another discussion item about preservation at the school and that sort of thing, because I don't want to see us lose that asset, that resource, and this scares me. How's that?
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting point too. Maybe we could also, I know we're throwing out some ideas here, but you just made me think of something. It would be interesting if they have a designee that could come on behalf of the school board, whether it's actually a school board member, so they could help us to get to a collaborative approach as to what they would like to do here. And maybe we're just misinterpreting things and we need to, have more engagement, perhaps.
I mean, I get the impression that certainly the administration and the school board, are focused on, that institution. And I mean, it is a core to our community, and it's a core to that neighborhood. I mean, really, like, that is the neighborhood where the kids living in that neighborhood are going to public school. They're not, by and large, they're not being shipped off to private school. They walk, they ride their scooters. I was actually there, just a quick aside. I mean, I was there the other day and I was laughing at all the, it's fully fenced in, right, the property. And when I was in school, if you rode your bike to school, you took it and you like parked it at the bike rack or whatever, and you locked it up because, it was exposed. We didn't have fences all around our property at that point. But like, it was just a smattering of scooters. All the kids ride their little like electric scooters to school. I mean, it's just a unique place that a lot of elementary schools, I mean, it's a K through 8, but a lot of schools of that level outside of this type of neighborhood wouldn't have that type of walkability, that type of accessibility, a true like staple of the neighborhood. And I just want to make sure that we preserve it as best as possible, not only from an education standpoint, but a historic preservation standpoint.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if you're open to taking public comment,
Sure.
but we have Mitch Novick,
Oh, of course,
who's a
of course,
regular,
please.
so I didn't want to
Yes.
slight Mitch. Mitch, are you there?
Hey, everybody, you hear me?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, good afternoon. Mitch Novick. Like yourselves, I'm bothered by the impending demolition of the structure. In 2003, 2004, I chaired former Mayor Dermer's Blue Ribbon Panel on the structural integrity of buildings, where we issued a report. And I wouldn't necessarily put the blame on the school board. I would look within. Questions you guys should be asking is, was this building certified and recertified every 10 years? Were the minimum maintenance standards within our code enforced? And most importantly, as was recommended in our report, and I believe at one time was implemented or adopted, is there a database of the vacant buildings, which are the most threatened buildings with demolition by neglect? Again, I appreciate the work you do. And thanks for acknowledging me, Deborah.
Okay. I don't.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mitch. Okay, that was it for the members of the public. So do you want to make a motion for us to be able to transmit that to the school board? I heard a few different things, that perhaps you want to make a recommendation urging them to delay the demolition so sufficient documentation can be achieved for the building prior to its demolition. Maybe reach out and invite any representative of the school board or any of the school members to attend an upcoming meeting of the Historic Preservation Board as part of an ongoing discussion.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, that's a motion? Just, anything else?
Is there a motion? Well, what can we also, well, I guess this wouldn't be in the thing, but this report that Mitch said, was it 2003, 2004? Yes. Yeah, it was from,
I didn't understand that.
I wasn't sure. Are you familiar with that report? Maybe we can do a little digging ourselves to see.
I'm not, I am familiar with a ongoing initiative by the city's building department, code compliance department, including planning, to identify vacant buildings. But I'm not familiar with the specific report that Mitch is referring to.
Okay.
Okay, sorry, I guess we need a motion. Is that what you were suggesting, Debbie?
Yes.
Yes.
It would be really helpful if we had the history of this building. As I said, this was a single-family home at some point in time,
I
can
think
guarantee.
that's included in the motion.
Yeah,
Is
so-
on the
so I
table
think
right now.
Okay.
So I think we would, I'll do my best to kind of consolidate, so. Yes? To make a motion that we, ask, well, I think both staff and perhaps the school board for additional documentation related to the property itself, historic resources report, so to speak. Two, if the school board would be amenable.
Our copies and most of
Can we mute Mitch? I think
Is that Mitch still on?
Mitch, I think you're still
We got him.
unmuted. Okay.
We pulled the plug on that.
If the school board would be amenable to holding off on demolition just long enough to get documentation associated with the existing structure, whether that's 3D, what is it, 3D
3D scans.
Scans.
Or, yes. Photogrammetry scans, all kinds of.
photogrammetry?
Photogrammetry is one way in which you can
Photogrammetry.
3D map the surfaces, so you get details from the surface onto a structure, a 3D structure.
And,
If
and we would like to invite the school board or representatives of the school, or both, to come, before the board, and have, a constructive discussion on what the plans are for the school, fully recognizing that, they have an entitlement to do this at the state level, and I understand and appreciate that, and to an extent, I understand why. I don't like it necessarily, but I understand why. But to see if we can have a conversation rather than a gotcha moment, and so that we can better understand like what their plans are moving forward with the space and with the structure and the land. Did I miss anything, Debbie?
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Okay.
Aye.
I will transmit that to the school board. Okay, I have nothing else today, so we'll see you in November. Thank you.
Yes.